Sorry. I'd like to welcome everyone to the July 19, 2023 Charleston County Historic Preservation Commission meeting. Give a moment to get everyone in the room. I'd ask everyone to please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance and follow with a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This meeting has been noticed in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. The Commission acts in review and recommending capacity for designations and removal of historic properties and districts. The Commission also reviews proposed National Register of Historic Places nominations. The Commission has final decision-making authority on the certificates of historic appropriateness. I'd like to introduce the Board of Directors. Myself, Melanie Millar, as the chair. To my left, Jason Crowley, Anna Johnson, Pat Jones, Donna Gardner. To my right, Pat Sullivan, Tisha Smalls Brown, and English Purcell. Also seated to my right is Commission Attorney Mark Bell, and seated to my left is Joel Evans, Director of Zoning and Planning. Joel, would you please introduce your staff?
Sure. Andrea Melisic, the Deputy Director. Emily Pickett, our Historic Preservation Officer, and she will be doing the cases. Marshane Miller is also here, and Sally Brooks is in the audience as well.
Thank you. I'd like to remind you that in order to get a good record of the meeting for the minutes, please speak loudly and clearly into your microphone. There will also be a 2-minute limit for our speakers today. If you'd be mindful of that, we'll have a timer on the television screens. The next agenda item is the approval of the minutes from the May 17th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a motion and a second?
Make a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Ask staff, please, to take the roll.
Chair Millar.
Present?
Aye.
Oh,
This is
this is
Aye.
5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, aye.
Okay, Vice Chair Crowley.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Smalls Brown. Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Purcell. Commissioner Sullivan. The ayes have it.
Okay. The agenda item that is next is HIST-11-22-00064, a request for a certificate of historic appropriateness. Emily, if you'll please discuss.
Thank you. As stated, this request is for a certificate of historic appropriateness for 21 single-family dwelling unit zoning permit applications for the overlook at Copiahe Sound, TMS 614-00-00139, which is known as 3906 Seafood Road, a property within the 10-mile Community Historic District. This is an amended application that was deferred by the Commission at their December 2022 and March 2023 meetings. This is a table showing all of the Certificate of Historic Appropriateness applications that have been received for the 10-mile Community Historic District since it was adopted. Recently approved applications for this property include an approved preliminary plat for 21 home sites on October 21st of 2020. In February of 2021, county staff approved a zoning permit for clearing and grubbing for the overlook at Copiahe Sound. In January of 2022, county staff approved a zoning permit for the installation of a temporary sales/office trailer and handicap ramp for the overlook at Copiahe Sound. In June of 2022, the 10-mile community was designated as a Charleston County Historic District. In March of 2023, the final plat for the overlook at Copiahe Sound subdivision was recorded. On June 12th, 2 appeals of subdivision-related administrative decisions for the subject property were denied by the Planning Commission, and there is a pending zoning permit application for 2 subdivision signs at the entrance for the neighborhood. The original application request was submitted in October of 2022 and included 21 single-family zoning permits and neighborhood signage. At the December 2022 HPC meeting, the applicant's representative requested a deferral in order to work more closely with the community on their proposal. The commission approved a deferral to the February 15th HPC meeting. The applicant's representative then asked for an additional deferral to the March 15th meeting, which was granted by the chair. A revised application was submitted on February 17th, and it included only the request for 21 single-family dwelling units, with the applicant stating they were no longer pursuing neighborhood signage. At the March 15th meeting, the commission deferred their request. A revised application was submitted on March 27th, but on April 10th and April 17th, 2 appeals of subdivision-related administrative decisions for the subject property were submitted, and all other applications were administratively deferred until that Planning Commission hearing. An updated application was received on May 5th that included updates to the lot plans and letter of intent. Additionally, the applicant is now stipulating a specific house plan for each individual lot. On June 12th, the 2 appeals of subdivision-related administrative decisions were denied by the Planning Commission, and the pending Certificate of Historic Appropriateness application was placed on today's agenda. Here is the lot plan as provided by the applicant, showing which housing model is proposed for each lot. The applicant has outlined their community engagement, which includes 3 community meetings held since the December 2022 HPC meeting. They also state that they heard no opposition to the revised architectural drawings and that subtle changes were made to provide greater compatibility with the character of the 10-mile community, including porch railing details, gable vents, elevated foundations, horizontal lattice at the drive-unders, large front porches, low-pitch metal roofs, and brick veneer accents. Here is the location of the subject property when looking at the county as a whole. And here's a map showing the property within the boundaries of the historic district off of Seafood Road. The subject property is zoned low density R4 and is undeveloped. The future land use designation is urban, suburban, cultural community protection. Surrounding properties are zoned R4 or natural resource management and contain either single family dwelling units or are undeveloped. The property is primarily in the AE flood zone, with a small portion being in the VE flood zone. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. When County Council adopted the 10-mile community as a locally designated historic district, the area covered roughly 680 acres. The 10-mile community was recognized in the 2016 Charleston County Cultural Resources Survey update as a remnant freedmen community having significant social organization and settlement patterns. Here are images of the subject property showing the infrastructure that's already been installed. And these are photos of neighboring properties along Seafood Road, Robbie Glover Road, and Clarksville Court. Here is the approved preliminary plat for the overlook at Copiahe Sound, developed under the by right R4 zoning and showing 21 home sites and open space. And this is the final plat that was recorded on March 17th of this year. Here is the overall lot plan. And now we're going to start with the individual house plans for each lot. Just a reminder, the applicant's now stipulating a specific house plan for each individual lot. So starting with the elevations and the individual lot plan for Lot 1, the Romaine. Lot 2, Copiahe C. Lot 3, Copiahe B. Lot 4, Copiahe A. Lot 5, Copiahe C. Lot 6, Copahy B, Lot 7, Manigo A, Lot 8, Pinckney B, Lot 9, Sweetgrass C, Lot 10, Copahy A, Lot 11, Nelson D, Lot 12, Nelson B, Lot 13, Nelson C, Lot 14, Nelson A, Lot 15, Nelson D, Lot 16, Nelson E, Lot 17, Nelson C, Lot 18, Sweetgrass B, Lot 19, Pinckney C, Lot 20, Pinckney A, and last but not least, Lot 21, Pinckney B. The applicant did provide responses to all of the applicable approval criteria, and because the approval criteria have been satisfied, staff recommends approval with the following 3 conditions. 1, require installation of interpretive historic signage on the property prior to CO issuance. 2, do not allow drive under elevated dwellings unless required to meet building code. And 3, maximum impervious surface coverage must comply with the ZLDR requirements. Prior to the December 2022 HBC meeting, 5 letters in opposition to this request were received. Prior to the March meeting, an additional 8 letters in opposition were received. Prior to the administrative deferral for the April meeting, 10 letters in opposition were received. In advance of today's meeting, we received an additional 22 letters in opposition. And this meeting was noticed as required. Thank you.
Is the applicant present? Dr. Steve? Ask you to please give your name and address to the board, please.
Madam Chair, my name is Ellis Leesman. My address is 418 King Street, downtown 29403. I am here on behalf of the applicant, and Madam Chair, in order to give an overview of the history, I know that there is a time limitation. We just ask to be allowed for 5 minutes to be able to present the application. Thank you. And Emily, thank you for confirming the staff's recommendation and for your thorough presentation. We are appreciative of the county planning staff's support of this project, believing that it does warrant a certificate of historical appropriateness. And I wanted to confirm for the members of this commission that the 3 conditions that have been outlined as part of the county staff's recommendation are acceptable to the applicant. Emily, if you could go to the next slide. There's some faces that I've seen in my prior presentations to this commission, and there's some that are new. So I'd like to begin with a little bit of background about where this project has been. Emily has covered it in part. But this particular property was sold in the 2016-2017 era as a result of a quiet title action that included members of the Swinton family, the Manigo family, and a number of other families that are longtime residents of the 10-mile community. Again, I bring that up just to say that it was sold to another builder, which my client purchased the property from, with the understanding and the idea that it would be subdivided and that residential homes would be purchased and would be placed and built on the property. So I know that there's diverse backgrounds on this panel, but there are a lot of steps and a lot of agencies that are involved in a project of this nature. It includes the South Carolina Department of Transportation. It includes the South Carolina Department of Environmental Control. It includes the county, and it can include OCRM. And you can see that beginning prior to 2020 and continuing through, all of those approvals were obtained through appropriate applications. And so how does the Historic Preservation Commission fit into this? I would like to tell you that when you're concerned or thinking or hearing about a traffic issue on Seafood Road, which is a SCDOT road, that's part of the SCDOT application. When you're hearing about a drainage issue, then that is a county stormwater and also a DHEC issue and an OCRM issue. and all of these other issues that come up with the county about disturbing the ground, how to do it, how to make sure that the construction activities don't affect the water body, and all those sorts of things about traffic and safety. Those are not what would be, and that's not how the Historic Preservation Commission fits into this process. The way that you fit into this process is to make a determination that from an architectural standpoint, that these homes are sufficiently compatible with those that are there in order to have a certificate of historical appropriateness, meaning these houses being placed next to other houses. And in light of the diversity of architecture that's already present in 10 Mile, that these houses built with hardy plank and with metal roofs, with windows and porches, and the similar sort of materials that these other homes have, that they are appropriate. They aren't a new cemetery. They aren't a shopping mall. They aren't a 300-unit multifamily apartment complex or a football stadium or something that would not be placing more houses in accordance with the zoning and land development regulations where other houses are already located. Emily, if you could go to the next slide. So as Emily mentioned, there's a history of this application, and we are now 9 months into the process from when we submitted at first at the county's request. Again, to be clear, my client, having purchased the property, having received a preliminary plat approval and these other approvals, before the 10 Mile District was ever recognized, believes that they have a vested right to continue and to undertake this development in accordance with those approvals. The idea of the Vested Rights Act is that something that happens later after you obtain an approval of that nature can't be applied to you retroactively. So that's our first position. But secondly, of course, we're here because the county asked us to and said, hey, we need you to go in front of the Historic Preservation Commission to seek this certificate. So we are here. As has been mentioned, there's been 3 meetings in the community and a 4th meeting by Zoom. We've had a lot of discussions. A lot of things have come up, a lot of socioeconomic issues and a lot of other concerns and things. But I would tell you what has not come up is that the materials or the colors or the appearance of these houses is wrong. They need to be these colors, or they need to be all brick, or they need to be all asphalt shingle. Those sort of considerations, which are within the HPC's purview, are the things that should be considered. So again, that purview includes regulation of architectural materials, but not density, not intensity, not flats. When we look at historical buildings, I think of the Penn Center. There's a church there built in 1855, which was one of the first schools ever to teach emancipated African Americans. There's a cottage there where Martin Luther King wrote the I Have a Dream speech, which he then practiced in that church that was built in 1855. Those are historic buildings. What we have here is a neighborhood and a community that's been there a long time. From an architectural standpoint, it doesn't have any particular aspect or conformity or uniformity that this application would disrupt. These are houses amongst other houses, and we'd ask, therefore, based on the care and the efforts that have already been undertaken, as well as the specification of a particular lot and for a particular plan, that the commission please grant the certificate. Thank you for your accommodation, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of this particular request? Okay. We've got several individuals on the list to speak today. I'm going in the order of precedence here. I would remind you to please take into consideration the 2-minute rule, so that we can move forward and not take too much time in this particular situation. First, we have Mr. Ed Pinckney. Sir, if you please state your name and address for the record.
Absolutely. My name is Edward Pinckney. I live at 3768 Robbie Glover Road, Owendale, South Carolina. Please go to slide 117 and submitted packet if possible. I would like to speak against the stated development and ask the Commission to adopt the submitted area character appraisal of the 10 Mile community to understand what defines the prevailing patterns of architecture for our community. First, it has been said that there is no prevailing pattern of architecture in the 10 Mile community, and that is false. Our area character appraisal details several styles, none of which correspond to this development. Second, it has been said that the 10 Mile community can be classified as Low Country Vernacular. By reviewing our area character appraisal, you can see that Low Country Vernacular is not a pattern of architecture in our community. Third, we are donating 5 copies of the book, A Field Guide to American Houses, which is referenced in my submitted comments. This book is a nationally recognized standard for identifying American domestic styles and is a reference book for residential descriptions for the National Register of Historic Places nominations. We are doing this so that you understand that the homes being discussed today are not Low Country Vernacular. Every time you hear Low Country Vernacular today, you should know that the term is being incorrectly applied. As an example, the homes you've just seen are Panama City, Florida beach houses, known as American Vernacular hipped roof elevated with 2-level porches. You can find the pictures of these homes you viewed today in the books we're going to donate to you. We would ask for a denial of the Certificate of Historic Appropriateness under Section B of the approval criteria because these styles have no relationship with our community or even our state, and would ask you to adopt our area character appraisal to understand the styles of our community going forward. And if it's appropriate with you, Madam Chair, we have 5 copies we'd like to donate to the committee today so you can see in real time the styles that are actually being decided to judge on.
Thank you, sir. All right, next.
Yeah, keep going.
Next, we have Marilyn Hemingway. Hemingway?
Is it possible to bring up our actual submitted documents that we submitted ahead?
Yeah, but just something like submitted documents, you know, something that they can be put up on the screen.
It's been updated since I was in school.
Ms. Hemingway, would you please introduce yourself and give your address?
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Hemingway, and I am here as a commissioner with the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor Commission. I stand here as a representative of the corridor, and I would like to speak against this development. I speak against this development because the architecture is not fitting with the community that has been here for decades, if not hundreds of years. And why is this important? In 2021, the Gullah Geechee Corridor Commission funded a market research study. And when they released that study, it indicated that Gullah Geechee culture heritage tourism potential is $34 billion a year. That is deeply embedded in the land because the land is the asset that creates the culture and the community. And all too often, as a commissioner, as I travel up and down the corridor and I meet with these settlement communities and I hear about development that does not reflect the community, does not reflect the architecture, does not reflect the culture, we understand the pressure on these communities that will not allow them to be a part of the infrastructure to make the $34 billion potential a reality. So this picture here is bigger than building a development. It is economic uplift. It is generational wealth that I want to bring to your attention that this may impact. Because as the land is impacted negatively, our opportunities are lessened more and more. And you have an opportunity to help us create that infrastructure, not just for the potential, but for reality. So once again, I want to remind you that I am here representing the corridor as a commissioner, and we do not support this development. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on our list is, I am a former educator, I have a hard time with this. Ellis, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, okay, you're an applicant, I believe, all right. So next on the list, we have, I believe it's Quentin Brown.
Thank you. Emily, could you go to slide 117,
Please
please?
introduce yourself.
I will. Thank you.
Sir.
My name is Quentin Brown. I live at 4068 North Highway 17, and that is in 10 Mile, Allendale. Emily, could you go to 117, please?
117 of this document, page numbers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please don't start my time. I'm trying to wait till Emily. Is that okay?
I haven't started the time. I just got to find page 117, you said.
While we're there, just for clarification, is it 117 of this report or 117 of the overall packet?
Think of the report.
Okay, thank you.
Was what,
It's 117 of the overall report.
Thank you.
of the report, yeah. Perfect. Yep, no problem. Thanks for your patience.
You could just help her out a little bit. She gets a little bit up. She needs a little bit of help sometimes.
All right.
I would ask that you deny the certificate of historical appropriateness because under Section B of the approval criteria, the style of architecture does not fit with our community. Please use the books we are donating and the definitions of style created by architects to see why these designs do not match our community. I would ask that you adopt our area character appraisal for the 10 Mile community. This will help you understand the character of architecture of the 10 Mile community. But I will also ask that you adopt the 10 Mile ACA because it creates an established path forward for all settlement communities as they work to become historic districts. If you adopt our ACA and the architectural definitions in the books that we provided, that we donated to y'all, you can have a fair evaluation process of all applications as they come forward. We would ask that you judge our community by architectural styles and standards created by architects over the last 35 years that govern building shapes, color, material, and design patterns, and not the standards interpreted by developers on a case-by-case basis. Emily, could you please go to slide 164 for me, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Emily.
Yep.
Yeah. As you can see in this picture, it's hard to believe that we are fighting so hard to keep people from living in a flood zone, where the only road that they have will be impassable at the most important times to police, fire, and EMS. If this is the road, I thank you for my time.
Thank you, sir. All right, next we have Justin, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, but it's Schweibler? Schweibler?
Good afternoon. I'm Justin Schwebler with Historic Charleston Foundation at 40 East Bay Street. I would first like to thank the Commission for not rushing to make a decision on this application. A development of this scale, proposed in a historic district surrounded by a vibrant and important community, takes careful review and modification to ensure that it will do no harm and blend sympathetically with the surrounding context. Unfortunately, this application in its current state, for all three parcels on the agenda this evening, fails to meet the standard for sympathetic development in a historic district. The incredible level of engagement and work that the 10 Mile community members have put forth to preserve their community is inspiring. They've survived emancipation, the Jim Crow era, Hurricane Hugo, and now are hopefully trying to survive against incompatible development. Their concern over the impacts of these developments are significant, and the irreversible damage it would cause to the fabric of this Charleston County Historic District is real. As you've heard, the community has produced an area character appraisal that highlights not only the architecture of this community that should be a model for guiding new construction moving forward, but it also details the patterns of land use, density, and development in the community that are truly what makes 10 Mile unique and a significant place in the landscape of Charleston County. The three parcels will stand out as an island of inappropriately dense, oversized houses that essentially divide the 10 Mile community in half. The overnight shift in demographics, the impacts on property values, traffic, and the physical character of this community will have fallout that lasts for decades if this project is allowed to move forward in its current design. We ask that the members of the commission listen to the voices of the 10 Mile community here tonight, and we ask that you weigh carefully the specific language of the Historic Preservation Ordinance approval criteria and how it empowers you to rule on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Aaron Minigan.
Thank you. Erin Minigan with the Preservation Society of Charleston, 147 King Street. 10 Mile is clearly under intense development pressure, and the type of suburban development being proposed in the first 3 items on today's agenda are prime examples of the out-of-character projects we are seeing threaten this community. That's why we are supportive of efforts by the residents to study their community's unique characteristics and patterns through an area character appraisal. We are highly impressed by the thorough level of documentation in this report, which can be used to better inform policy and review processes for new development in 10 Mile. For instance, the study on lot sizes, building sizes, setbacks, and density can shape land use policy that better reflects the existing patterns of 10 Mile, which could potentially be explored through a zoning overlay. And the analysis of architectural typologies and character-defining features should inform how new design of construction can better blend in with the unique character of the community. This resource can help the Preservation Commission better do its job by providing clear guidance on aspects you are charged with considering under Section 21-4 for certificates of appropriateness applications, including consistency with the prevailing patterns of the community, including lot sizes and spacing of homes, and compatibility of new building forms and exterior appearances with the existing character of the community as promoted by the Secretary of the Interior Standards. We commend the 10 Mile residents for undertaking this pioneering project, which we hope can serve as a model for other current and future historic districts in the county. And we urge the Commission to formally recognize and utilize this document as a decision-making tool for future applications impacting the 10 Mile Historic District. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe it's, is it Ben Cunningham? Mr. Cunningham? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Cunningham. I'm here on behalf of the 10 Mile Neighborhood Association. My address is 510 Live Oak Drive, Mount Pleasant. First of all, to dispel what was suggested earlier, what is at issue here in a certificate of historic appropriateness is not just architecture. And that's made obvious by looking at the language of the regulation itself, which talks specifically about, as you just heard, densities, patterns in existing lots, spacing of homes, lot sizes, and shapes, and other characteristics at your discretion to evaluate in determining whether or not a proposal is historically appropriate. Now, I'm only going to address one other issue which was brought up, and that's the vested rights. Now, what the applicant's representative talked about is all hurdles that they had to go through, but that doesn't necessarily equate to vested rights. Vested rights are very specifically defined about when they attach in both the Vested Rights Act and the ordinance. And in this case, this is the Seafood Road case. The only thing that's happened right now is there was a preliminary plat approved, it lapsed, and then a final plat was approved. We appealed that. We are now appealing the denial of that appeal. And because of the so-called joint resolution permit extension bill that doesn't apply, there was no discussion whatsoever about the lack of historic appropriateness certificate in that appeal. That's before you today. Suffice it to say, vested rights don't save this application. You have the authority and ability to determine whether or not this development is historically appropriate for this historic community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I apologize. I'm doing the best I can with reading names here. Is it Ravicchio, the last name? Philippe, I know, I'm going with the last name at this point. Filippo,
Yeah.
okay, but the last name, Ravecchio?
Roughly.
Filippo, you'll pronounce your name correctly, I'm assuming. Thank you.
Filippo Ravalico, 510 Live Oak. Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for the time. I'm just passing out. This is a one-pager. On one side, there's a quick summary of the appeal that Ben Cunningham was just alluding to. There's all the relevant provisions. They're there. I like to stress the first one, which is from the ZLDR. No activity regulated by this ordinance shall be undertaken except in full compliance with the express provisions of this ordinance. How we got that ruling, I'm gonna let it to another day. If you flip on page 2 of the sheet, there's the couple of provisions from the ordinance. I wanna speak to criterion D, because we've heard a lot from staff about subdivision not being part of the purview of the ordinance. We challenge that in all forms and shape. I think the ordinance is pretty clear and the express provision are the same. The fact is that even if you look at the individual homes making up those subdivisions, in other words, even if you look at the trees and try very hard to ignore the forest is still there. And requirement D reads as follows: the certificate application must demonstrate consistency with the prevailing patterns of existing lots, densities, spacing of homes, lot sizes and shapes, and other characteristics. How can dozens of individual homes closely clustered together, each far departing from the average lot size and the average square footage, be consistent with a historic district? How can such consistency be even imagined when you consider cubic footage, the volumes, the layout, the clear cutting, the spacing, the meeting of the maximum limits of impervious surface, and so on? How can it be historically appropriate to plot dozens of such homes all next to each other, none of which in the architectural style prevailing in the community? Approval would be in violation of the ordinance, would betray the purpose of this commission, and would inflict irreparable damage to the historic community. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig Askew.
Good afternoon. Craig Askew. I live at 987 Gadsdenville Road, and that's in Owendale, 10 Mile, South Carolina. Could you please go to slide 117, please? And I would also like to ask for at least 30 more seconds as I go through my presentation. I would also like to ask you guys, first of all, thank you for being here today and going through this grueling process, but just like to ask you to adopt the area character appraisal for 10 Mile community so you understand the patterns of architecture that do exist in our community. We do have a pattern that exists in our community. We're not nothing, we're not nobodies. There's a reason why those houses are built like they are built. The style of architecture that is being presented is not appropriate for 10 Mile community, nor is it historically appropriate for the Low Country. Using the books that were donated to you today, you can see pictures of Low Country vernacular and what that actually means on page 759. The homes are completely different style than the Low Country vernacular and are classified as Panama City beach houses. You can see pictures of those on page 761. We do not have Panama City beach houses in 10 Mile. We just don't have those type of houses. I would ask for the denial of the certificate of historical appropriateness under section B of the approval criteria because Panama City, Florida beach houses is not historically appropriate for a Gullah community. You guys have the power to preserve history, to preserve what Charleston is all about, not Panama City. And it all comes from the architecture, the land, and the people who preserve that land. I would also like to ask that you deny this under section D because the density and clustered lot sizes are not in line with the remainder of the community. I would ask that you enforce the part of your ordinance or go through the official amendment process to remove it from the ordinance. But I would ask that you not ignore the ordinance and decide on a case-by-case basis. Finally, I would ask that you adopt the ACA so that going forward, you understand what is historically appropriate for our community. Also, please adopt the book we are donating and its definition so you understand what shape, color, material, and design is appropriate in a Gullah Geechee community. We matter. We mean something. You have the authority today to change history, to make things right. Use that power. Use that power. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Robbie Maynor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. I serve as the Director of Communities.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you just restate your name and your address, please.
Yep, Robbie Maynor. I serve as the Director of Communities and Transportation Program at the Coastal Conservation League, located at 131 Spring Street in Charleston. Our comments today are in regard to all three requests for certificates of historic appropriateness for suburban developments in the 10-mile community. So we're highly supportive of the residents in 10 Mile that have come out and are concerned with the impact that these proposed developments would have on the historically rural character and lifestyle of the 10 Mile community. So as you well know, the 10 Mile community was one of the first African American settlement communities to be designated a historic district in Charleston County, not just for its architecture, but perhaps most importantly, because of the historic settlement and land use patterns of that community. The significance of land use patterns is reflected in the criteria that this commission utilizes to evaluate requests for a certificate of historic appropriateness. Criteria D clearly states applications must demonstrate consistency with the prevailing patterns of existing lots, densities, spacing of homes, lot sizes and shapes, and other characteristics of the historic district that this commission deems applicable. Put simply, these proposals are not consistent with the prevailing patterns in 10 Mile. Rather, these proposals reflect a traditional suburban land use pattern with cookie-cutter lots oriented around cul-de-sacs. We encourage the commission to deny issuing the certificate of historical appropriateness for all three of these proposals. It's important to note that this decision will set a precedent that will have impacts not just in 10 Mile, but in all of the traditional African American settlement communities that have been recognized as historic districts in Charleston County, including Phillips and Beefield. This commission must consider land use and settlement patterns when evaluating proposals to maintain the historical character and quality of life in these traditionally rural settlement communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, and last on our list, we have Yvette Mood. Yvette? Oh, you did not want to speak? Pardon me?
Can I take her place?
No, sir. That's not, I mean, I'm not, no, sir. Did you check the box that you'd like to speak next to your name, ma'am? Peggy? Okay, Peggy, you're all, come on up. And, sir, are you on the list? Sir, please let Ms. Jenkins have her time. Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey.
I'm standing here against all three of the proposals because, like everyone else has been saying, they're not consistently.
Speak in your microphone. And
My name is Peggy Jenkins. My address is 3917 Highway 17 North, Owandaw, South Carolina. And I am speaking against all three of the proposals because, as everyone has said, because of Section A and D, they're not appropriate for our community. Let me give you a little bit of background. My ancestors came here over 200 years, William Nelson Sr. and Mariah Simmons Nelson. They attained over 20 acres, which was a lot for them during the time that they came here. Because of their toils, trials, and tribulations, and great, great hardships that they faced, they were able to get 20 acres of land, which they subdivided to the families in their communities. Thankfully, we still have most of the 20 acres in our family. I really feel that coming down here all my life, I'm 66 years old, and I have lived here since 95. I have seen such a significant change in our community. There's a gas station across the street where I live. I can't sit under my oak tree anymore without lights coming at me. Now, as far as the community is concerned, that is definitely not appropriate for our community. I used to go around Seafood Road with my dog, with myself, just to meditate. Now, because of all the golf carts and everybody else who's there already, I cannot even sit there peacefully and talk to my God in silence and private. Also, how about the environmental impacts? There's an area on 41, the bridges, which is already under lawsuit because of the same conditions, people building things where they shouldn't build them. How about the subsurfaces? How about the sand? How about the birds? How about the sewers? How about my drinking water? Come on, this has to stop. You know, my ancestors would turn over in their graves as they saw what happened to our community. Thank you for your time. I hope you consider the people who have lived here, the Pauls, and what we have for this community. This is our community, over 200 years old. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Please
Thank you,
consider
ma'am.
what we're saying.
Sir, I'll allow you to come up. Please introduce yourself and your address we'll move forward, okay? This will be our last speaker.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jerome Vanderhorst. I live at 1039 Theodore Road, Auburndale, South Carolina. Thank you for allowing me to speak. It'll be quick. Some of the things I wanted to bring up, the applicant talked about, is that he wants you to disregard when it comes down to flooding, safety, the roads, the infrastructure. Well, this is reality. This is what we're going through. This is how we're living with the flooding in the area. The infrastructure is not there. The safety concerns. That is real. Your job here, and I don't want to tell you your job, I think all of our jobs here is to look out for each other, look out for your neighbor. With that being said, safety is paramount for everybody. The roads are not there. The flooding is there. And let me give you a little piece of information you guys don't know about. On the backside of that subdivision that's proposed, Seafood Road, is a road called A White Road. Well, if you take your car and you drive down that dirt road, when it rains, when the tide is high, all the water is still going in that direction. It's being flooded on the backside because the land is elevated. So that's what we're living through. So the applicant, again, tell you to disregard about the roads not being there, the flooding, the wildlife is not a problem. So please take those things into consideration because that is reality. It's real. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Before discussion, is there a motion and a second from the commission?
I have a question for staff.
Okay.
Emily, would it be possible for you to put up the district map for the historic district? Could we zoom in at all? I want to be able to try to get a sense of the lot sizes. Do you have, Emily, or anyone else on staff, any sense of what the typical lot sizes are in this district? Has that analysis been done by staff?
We have it. It's in our presentation.
Have you been able to review this area character appraisal that's been presented?
Yeah, we received it at noon yesterday.
Okay. Do you have any ability to determine whether or not the typical lot coverage in the district at present is approximately 5%, as documented on page 43 of their report?
I wouldn't be able to do that today.
Okay. Do you have any ability to determine whether or not the density of developed lots is approximately 0.78 units per acre?
Same response.
Similarly, would you be able to answer whether or not the average size of lots is about 1 acre, or about 80% of the total lots are less or larger than 0.4 acres?
I wouldn't be able to confirm that today.
I Thank you. Moving forward, I have another question related to the prevailing patterns of the residential styles as discussed today on page 68 of this report. Would you be able to determine whether or not it's typical that there are about 73 homes that are one story, 64 homes that are a ranch style, 50 homes that are mobile homes, 23 homes that are 1.5 stories, 19 homes that are multi-story, 18 homes that are bungalows, 7 homes that are cottages, 3 homes that are split level, 2 homes that are tri-level?
Wouldn't be able to confirm that.
Just based on my calculation from looking at this quickly, and my math may be wrong, but just doing a quick scratch on the pad while I've been looking through this during this presentation, it seems like 76% of the homes documented are less than 2 stories. And I just wanted to confirm, based on the houses proposed, whether a majority are 1 story or 2 story. Can you confirm for the proposed houses how many stories there are?
2 stories.
Do you have the ability to share what the proposed lot coverage range is from for the proposed units?
Yeah, those are provided on each of the individual lot plans.
Could we go to that just to get a sense for the record of what those lot coverage looks like for each one?
Absolutely. So they are listed here all together on this report. Would you like me to go to the individual plans?
I think I saw when you were doing your presentation before on each slide, there was a, yeah, is it possible to see?
So for example, this one is 30.1%.
Lot coverage? Yep.
And I'd be happy to go through all 21. Would you like me to?
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Thank
Sure.
you.
So this lot coverage is 37.4, another 37.4, 23.6, 21.7, 34.4, 23.1, 16.4, 19.2, 35.7, 39.8, 33.8, 33.8, 33.8, 33.8, 33.2, 27.7, 23.9, 33.9, 35.6, 35%, and that's it.
So just for clarification, if we are considering whether or not the proposal demonstrates consistency with prevailing patterns of existing lots, densities, spacing of homes, lot sizes and shapes, and other characteristics of the historic district, if the community is correct that the typical lot coverage is 5%, and I think I saw a range of 19 to almost 40% lot coverage, I just wanted to just clarify if we think in the staff review that fits the demonstration. Can you remind us what your the staff recommendation was for criteria D?
Sure. So would you like me to read it out?
Sure.
Sure. So the applicant is proposing a range of lot sizes consistent with many existing lots within the historic district developed utilizing the R4 zoning district standards. Additionally, the proposed density is less than the maximum of 4 dwelling units per acre allowed in the R4 zoning district.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion from commission members? Ms. Pat?
Yeah, I've been over this whole ordinance and the approval criteria multiple times. I was fortunate enough to have picked up the ACA that was created for the community and that was submitted to us yesterday afternoon. So here are my comments. I've been a member of this commission since its inception. Prior to joining this commission, I worked with multiple Charleston County settlement community folks, getting to know their history, their concerns, and wrongs done to them for close to 9 years. And I feel very passionate about protecting their culture, history, the Gullah cooking, which nobody's mentioned, but it's very unique. There are very unique land patterns in their post-Civil War properties. It's very important to keep in mind that the folks who live in these settlement communities are descendants of the original settlers. If we lose the land in these communities, we lose them and their history. We work according to an ordinance in Chapter 21 of the County Court of Ordinances, which has already been referred to multiple times. So I'll skip over reading them. As of yesterday, as you all have seen, we have another tool, an area character appraisal, which many people here have already referenced, sometimes known as an ACA, which analyzes the physical characteristics of a neighborhood or a community. This analysis consists of things such as common architecture styles with great details, home building materials, average lot sizes and setbacks and coverage, street widths and streetscapes, number of homes built within a decade, prevailing characters, average home sizes, and the number of stories. These are just a few of the details that are analyzed in this report, which is 203 pages long. It's a lot of work, but it gives us a lot to work with. We now have some detailed tools with which to work with in our analysis of whether buildings and neighborhoods submitted to our commission should be approved. I'm sure I've missed some things in this report that are worth mentioning. Perhaps some other commissioners would like to comment further. It sounds like Mr. Crowley has already done that, started. So based on my above comments, I plan to move to deny A, B, and C under old business in today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. I would ask if there's any other comments for staff at this time. Anyone else like to? Okay. Jason?
I'm confused. Is that a motion?
It was, but we're just on
Well,
A.
Okay, so we have to take one at a time.
exactly. Yes. Is there any other discussion? Okay, if there's no further discussion, I think it's time for the vote.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know.
Madam Chair, I don't know if we actually had a motion, and if we have, we need a second first.
Okay, well, we did, was this, Pat, was that a motion
Well,
that
that
you?
was the motion. Okay, I just want to make sure.
She needs to
everybody
limit it
else
to
gets
the
the same
time.
comment,
All right.
and I'm not sure.
Let's-
I might have messed up the timing.
Okay, let's make the motion based on the particular case that we're focused on right now, your motion on this
So
particular.
you want to take them one at a time?
Yes, they have to be taken one at a time.
I move to deny A on our agenda.
Is that verbiage appropriate?
We need a reason. What is, under what criteria?
I just gave them. but
Well,
I'll-
just your criteria for the denial.
So choose A, B, C, D, E under approval criteria.
Mr. Bell, do we need one? Is one sufficient?
I believe one should be sufficient. Staff is asking that you give them a reason why you're denying, so you are allowed to pick whatever reason you feel this application does not meet the criteria. State that for the record in your motion.
Okay, A and D.
All right, would you like to read those
You want me to read it?
specifically? Yes, for staff.
A is the historic cultural, sorry. A, historic, cultural, and architectural significance of the district site, building, structure, or object under consideration. And then D, certificate of historic appropriateness applications for properties located within the historic districts or for subdivision plats or site plan review, proposals for properties located within 300 feet of the districts must demonstrate consistency with the prevailing patterns of existing lots, densities, spacing of homes, lot sizes, and shapes, and other characteristics of the historic district that the Historic Preservation Commission deems applicable.
Thank you. Is that appropriate denial definition for staff? Yes, okay. All right, there's been a motion for denial. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All right, is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, then we'll go ahead and take the vote.
Chair Millar,
Deny, nay.
Vice Chair Crowley.
Wait a minute, we're voting to deny, so is it, it's a yay to deny.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. A denial, then yay.
Okay.
Apologize.
Vice Chair Crowley.
Yeah, aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Smalls Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Purcell. Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
All right, this is the final decision of the Historic Preservation Commission. If anyone with a substantial interest in the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission chooses to appeal the decision, they may do so to the Circuit Court of Charleston County. Such an appeal shall be filed within 30 calendar days after today's date. That being said, the next agenda item is HIST 11-22-00066, a request for a certificate of historic appropriateness. Emily, please review.
6-5. Just to clarify.
Did I pass the?
This
I'm
request.
sorry, yes, 6-5.
Yep. This request is for a certificate of historic appropriateness for 11 single-family dwelling unit zoning permit applications for Watson View at Copiahe Sound, TMS 614-00-00069, known as 3814 Watson View Drive, a property within the 10-mile Community Historic District. And this is also an amended application that was granted a deferral by the Commission at their December 2022, March 2023, and April 2023 meetings. So again, here is that list of all of the CHA applications that have been received thus far within the 10-mile Community Historic District.
Go ahead, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Recently approved applications for this property include a preliminary plat for 11 home sites named Watson View at Copiahe Sound. In June of 2022, the 10-mile community was designated as the Charleston County Historic District. Conditional site plan review approval was granted for the Gadsdenville Growth Feeder Gas Main in October of 2022. And on July 14th, the final plat was recorded for the 11 home sites. All right, so the original application request was submitted in October of 2022 and included final plat approval, 11 single-family zoning permits, and neighborhood signage. At the December 2022 HPC meeting, the applicant's representative requested a deferral in order to work more closely with the community on their proposal. The commission approved a deferral to the February 15th meeting. The applicant's representative then asked for an additional deferral to the March meeting, which was granted by the chair. A revised application was then submitted, and it included only the request for 11 single-family dwelling units, and the applicant stated they were no longer pursuing neighborhood signage. At the March 15th HPC meeting, the applicant's representative requested to defer the request to the April meeting to continue working with the community, which the commission approved. On March 27th, a revised application was submitted, including updates to the applicant's letter of intent. At the April 19th meeting, the commission deferred the request. On May 5th, we received an additional updated application, including updates to the lot plans and letter of intent. And at the request of the commission, the applicant is now stipulating a specific house plan for each individual lot. So here is that proposed lot plan. And the applicant provided a summary of their community engagement, which included 3 community meetings, as well as written and verbal public comments. As a result of those conversations, the applicant made edits to the style of the proposed homes and removed their requests for entrance signage and uplighting. Independently, the applicant is also working on several initiatives with the community, including the installation of interpretive signage and proposed road names. Here's the location of the property when looking at the county overall, and a map of the historic district showing the location of the property off of Watson View. The subject property is zoned low-density residential R4 and is undeveloped. The future land use designation is urban, suburban, cultural community protection. Surrounding properties are zoned R4 or urban, suburban residential and contain either single-family dwelling units, manufactured housing units, or are undeveloped. The parcel is primarily within the shaded X flood zone, with a portion of the property in the X flood zone. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. And when County Council adopted the 10-mile community as a historic district, the area covered roughly 680 acres, as mentioned previously, and the community was recognized in the 2016 Charleston County Cultural Resources Survey update as a remnant freedman community having significant social and settlement patterns. All right, so here are images of the subject property showing the site work that's already been completed. And here are photos of the neighboring properties along Watson View Drive and Gadsdenville Road. Here is the approved preliminary plat for the Watson View at Copahees Sound, developed under the by right R4 zoning, showing 11 home sites and open space. And this is the final plat that was recorded on the 14th of this month. So now these slides show the elevation and site plans for each individual lot, starting with lot 1, where the Simmons D is proposed. And again, the applicant is now stipulating a specific home for each individual lot. Lot 2, the Swinton B. Lot 3, Chandler B. Lot 4, Swinton C. Lot 5, Watson B. Lot 6, Singleton A. Lot 7, Chandler B. Lot 8, Singleton C. Lot 9, Watson C. Lot 10, Swinton D. And Lot 11, Capers C. The applicant provided responses to all of the applicable approval criteria. And because the approval criteria have been satisfied, staff recommends approval with the following 3 conditions. 1, require installation of interpretive historic signage on the property prior to certificate of occupancy issuance. 2, do not allow drive under elevated dwellings unless required to meet building code. And 3, maximum impervious surface coverage must comply with the ZLDR requirements. Prior to the December 2022 Historic Preservation Commission meeting, 6 letters in opposition to the original request were received. Prior to the March 15th meeting, an additional 10 letters in opposition were received. Prior to the April 19th meeting, we also received an additional 10 letters in opposition. And in advance of today's meeting, an additional 20 letters in opposition were received. And we noticed the meeting as required. Thank you.
Applicant present. Ellis.
Madam Chair, thank you. Ellis Leesman, 418 King Street in downtown Charleston. I just would ask again, as the applicant's only representative that's going to speak, we also have Joshua Craig here, who's the Director of Land Development, and Sherman Wilson in the pink shirt here, who is the Director of Architecture. But I'll be the one speaker, so I just would ask for some additional time. Thank you, but I won't go long. Emily, could you show that purview slide? To make clear, this slide is not something that my office put together. For those of you that have joined the Historic Preservation Commission since March, this was a presentation that was made by the county through the planning department and through the legal department to the Historic Preservation Commission. And you'll see the items that it says that the Historic Preservation Commission should not do. Should not make determinations about land uses, including whether a property can be developed. But I think you're being asked to exceed that and violate that. To make determinations or on review subdivision plats or applications, you're being asked to do that, and then your vote on the first application, you have violated that purview. And also to regulate density, intensity, and dimensional standards, another matter is addressed in the ZLDR, with the exceptions listed below, which again was to regulate architecture. So why is this? You've got two groups of people, and you've got an ordinance. What has been recognized, and why the county, not my law firm, not the applicant, would make that slide and that presentation at your prior meeting, is because this group doesn't have zoning authority. There's only one body that has zoning authority, and that's county council. But what you're being asked to do is to say, make your lots bigger than what the zoning allows. Make your houses smaller than what the zoning allows. Do different setbacks. Disregard that this is R4 and other properties in the community might be R1 or agricultural or some other zoning classification. I respect the vote that you're taking, but it's against your purview and it's against applicable law, because this board is not a zoning board. This board is not county council. And this board can't replace what's clear in terms of how many houses per lot, how tall, how big, with undefined and vague criteria. So that will be the issue that we'll have to address forward. And I understand you've made one vote clear, and so I wouldn't anticipate you to switch. However, while we are talking about it, and Emily, if you might be able to show some of the houses from the, okay, that's perfect. Those don't look like, and I've actually been to Panama City before. Those don't look like beach houses to me. There may be a classification that's suggested to you of those. The houses in the neighborhood, that, excuse me, on the project with the 21 homes you've already voted before, if you look at those are not beach houses either. None of the three applications are beach houses. And when you're being asked, well, the applicant says that you should disregard all these other things, I'm just trying to be sure that I'm clear that there are agencies and people and professionals that exist and who review projects like this for traffic, for their entrance, for drainage, for compliance with the zoning requirements and things like that. And the reason why, when the county presented to this group in March, it said, make sure you're limited yourself to architecture, is because otherwise there's a conflict. And you're telling a property owner they can do something, and then this group would set with an undefined set of criteria, say, no, you can't. In terms of the architecture itself, I did mention before, and I will stand before you, I wasn't sworn in before, but I will tell you, there were never comments about the color, the style, the materials. I'm glad to see that this group was provided a copy of an area character analysis, but in my 4 meetings with the community, we were never provided with one. And the county staff has looked at this and has seen that that is not an accurate presentation to say that the same styles that exist with these homes don't already exist within this community. They do. And we can look at the packet, you can look at the agenda, and you can see that those examples are there. Thank you. There was a discussion about vested rights. Again, I know this board is not a legal board, but please understand that when we have a preliminary plat, final plat, a land disturbance permit, and all of those rights that were recognized by this county and by this state, and then to have the Historic Preservation Commission say, no, you can't build because you can't follow the zoning code, that's an issue. Again, I'd ask that you approve this certificate of historical appropriateness. I've heard what you've said before, so I understand how you're likely to vote. But again, there are 3 applications. You don't have to make the same mistake 3 times as far as exceeding your purview and creating what is obviously going to be a significant legal conflict. But thank you.
Quentin Brown.
Emily, could you go to slide 117, please? You know, thank you. My name is Quentin Brown. I live at 4068 Highway 17 North in Allendale. I would again ask that you adopt our area character appraisal to understand what is historically appropriate for our community. The styles of home being discussed do not fit, again, and are being misidentified as low country vernacular. The color, the material, the shape, the finish are all elements of architectural style. You have to first determine what the style is to determine what is considered appropriate. As seen in the book that we are donating, architects have already established elements of style for homes architecture dating back to 1920. We would just ask that you adopt their definition to understand why the homes are being discussed are not fitting with our community. The books let you know exactly what style houses are, so we don't have to actually talk about what they are. Emily, could you go to slide 184, please, right quick, and I'll be done. Is that 184? 184. 184. I'm a little geeky, I know. 184.
You mean, just for clarification, 184 of the overall packet or 184 of your report? Because she's...
Yep, of our report.
That's it.
That is 184.
Well. Okay, yeah. As part of character is safety. This is one of number of the pedestrian accidents that regularly occur because there are no sidewalks in our community. Please understand that this subdivision will be on a road with no sidewalks, no lights, and a lot of traffic. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, supposed to help. Justin Schweibler.
Third time's a try. I'm Justin Schweibler with Historic Charleston Foundation. I won't reiterate all of our comments again. Thank you for taking the careful time to review this application. And again, I just want to reiterate that despite the comments that we've heard so far, this board is empowered through the Historic Preservation Ordinance with very clear language stated in the application and approval criteria. Now we ask you just to weigh carefully the language in that to continue to rule on these applications. And we urge you to deny the application for the reasons that the community and we have expressed previously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Minigan.
Erin Minigan with the Preservation Society of Charleston, 147 King Street. And just for the record, our comments are the same as we presented on the first item, in feeling that the type of development that's being proposed under this application is inappropriate for the character of the community, and we support the work that the residents have accomplished in the area character appraisal that should be recognized by this commission and used as a decision-making tool in guiding compatible development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Filippo. I'm not going to try to say the last name.
Ravalico, Filippo, 510 Live Oak Drive, Mount Pleasant. I guess I just realized, listening to the presentation from staff, that the final plat on this project has been approved. So staff is towing the line. If you go to the first page of what the one-pager I shared with you before, there's ZLDR 812E. Prior to subdivision approval, a certificate of historic appropriateness must be obtained. So staff is blatantly disregarding the letter of the, not only of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, but of the ZLDR itself, and is trying to mislead you on the same perilous path. the slides that Mr. Lisman is very fond of, it's a PowerPoint presentation from staff. How you cannot repeal ordinance by PowerPoint. I mean, I wish we could, but and we maybe have tried, but it's not possible. The letter of the ordinance is on the homepage of your commission website, and the criteria are all applicable to this project, and as has been explained to the great detail on letter B, on letter D, on letter A, and even on letter C, they are not met by this application. So we would urge you to vote the denial of the application. Thank you.
Craig Askew. He's giving it to somebody else.
Jerome Van Horst, 1039 Theodore Road, Owendale, South Carolina. My issue is the same. I oppose this subdivision being built because, again, the land is elevated, and on the backside of that property of Watson View, there are like several houses, and the people is being flooded out with the same issues. The infrastructure is not there, and it wasn't prepared properly for those houses. Thank you.
Marilyn Hemingway.
It's good to be back. It's been a long time. Well, I'm back to tell you, we have a strategic plan that was released in 2020. And the strategic plan is to promote preservation of Gullah Geechee land ownership in the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor. And why? Because we want to encourage preservation of Gullah Geechee lands and build heritage to foster cultural preservation. That's number one. Number two is inspire family-centered land management and missionary with the Gullah Geechee Culture Heritage Corridor Commission that we are against this development. It's going to impact a Gullah Geechee settlement community that's been here for a few years, a few decades, a couple hundred years. And we want to see the potential from the community and not from those who are outside of the community. So we are here to once again state our opposition to the development and hope that the vote goes that way. Thank you very much.
Kennedy Buck.
I think that's the reporter.
Oh, sorry. All right. Is that one of the reporters? Okay. Okay. All right. That's it.
Do you want to make any comments?
Excuse me. I had a comment. I didn't know if I had a sign-up sheet. I signed up to speak as well. Ed Pinckney.
Ed, I don't see your name for this case.
Were there 3 different sign-up sheets? Okay.
See it in there.
So
Is there something that
really quick, I'll make it quick then. The homes that we were discussing, I don't know if Emily can bring up page 117 again. Ed Pinckney, 3768 Robbie Glover Road, Owendale, South Carolina. I'll just say very quickly that the applicant was correct. These subdivision homes, these homes we're discussing now, are not Panama-style beach houses. These homes are called new traditional Queen Anne type homes. In the books that you have before you, please go to page 742 if you have one of the books that we've donated. You can see that this is the type of home that's being discussed versus the home that they've said they are in the application, which is page 759, number 6, Low Country Vernacular. So each style of home that you're being asked to decide on today is not being accurately represented in the application. I just want to make you aware of that. Thank you.
directing your question to staff?
Oh, I have a question of him because you talk too fast.
I think the questions should be directed to staff.
Sure.
All right, I think we have completed the, okay.
Yes.
All right, at this point, we've completed the speaking list. Is there any discussion to or questions to staff? Okay, Ms. Sullivan raised her hand first, so I would ask her to proceed, and then I'll go to Jason. Go ahead. Of staff? Do you have, oh, no? Okay. Jason?
Thank you. I have a few questions. To begin with, what is the zoning district for this historic district?
R4.
What
well-
does that allow for density?
So this historic district is actually divided by the urban growth boundary. So the area south of North Highway 17 is zoned R4.
Sorry.
The area north of Highway 17 is zoned rural residential within the rural area. The R4 zoning allows for 4 dwelling units per acre.
So are we in R4 on this application?
That's correct.
So with R4, does that mean that you are required to do 4 units an acre, or you are allowed to do up to 4 units an acre?
That is the maximum density allowed by the zoning district.
So does zoning mean that you cannot do anything other than what it says, or can you do less than?
That is the maximum that is allowed on that site.
Can someone define highest and best use for me on staff?
I'm trying. Yeah, I think that is, the highest and best use would be, if there's whatever the current zoning allows, that would be the highest use that would be allowed.
Does the zoning ordinance obligate highest and best use?
No, that's up to the applicant. When the applicant comes in, as long as they meet the parameters of the ordinance with their application, then that is what they're allowed by right.
And so when looking at our criteria for this application, and we are expected to consider the historic, cultural, and architectural significance of the district, site, building structure, or object under consideration, the exterior form and appearance of any proposed additions or modifications, and the effect of such additions and modifications upon other structures of the historic property or within the historic district. When considering applications for new construction, alteration, repair, rehabilitation, or restoration of the Historic Preservation Commission shall apply the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. When applications for properties located within the historic districts, the proposed properties must demonstrate consistency with the prevailing patterns of existing lots, densities, spacings of homes, lot sizes and shapes, and other characteristics of the historic district that the Historic Preservation Commission deems applicable. Are we empowered by the language of this ordinance as plainly written and as just verbalized to look at the lot sizes, spacing, and homes, shapes, and other patterns of existing lots and densities within the historic district when making our decision?
So the lot sizes and the subdivision of the property falls under the Planning Commission's purview. Yeah.
So,
but the rest of those items that you discussed, I think would be under the.
Is there any place in this ordinance that says that we are not allowed to consider this? Because I just read straight from the ordinance. Also, the next item in granting a certificate of historic appropriateness for subdivision plats and site plan review proposals for properties located within 300 feet of a historic property or historic district, the Historic Preservation Commission shall require that potential negative impacts of the proposed development be minimized through site design techniques such as the location of vehicular access points, screening treatments, and buffering treatments. Does the ordinance say that we are not allowed to, or is that an interpretation by staff?
So, Mark, I will give the answer that I think that we are required to give when there's something under litigation. And I think that subject of what you just mentioned is under litigation right now with the county.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go back and look at the individual lots and lot coverage like we did before. I have the same questions as the previous application. Can we go lot by lot and look at the coverage area?
Yes, of course. So starting with lot 1, 31.6%. Lot 2, 36.8%. Lot 3, 31.7%. Lot 4, 29.8%. Lot 5, 39.9%. Lot 6, 36.1%. Lot 7, 32.7%. Lot 8, 45%. Lot 9, 37.8%. Lot 10, 37.8%. And Lot 11, 32.4%.
And do we have any information to provide to us about the number of homes in this district within the boundaries that all have garages that are incorporated into the front facade, as every single one of these examples are? Also known colloquially as a snout house.
I don't have data on that today to provide to you.
Thank you. That's all my questions. You never heard that?
Is there any other questions for staff?
Melanie?
Yes.
Hi. Emily, I just had some clarifications just for, I know we've already done one vote, but just to be clear. So we did have in 2016, there was the transfer of the property. Is that correct? Just for the record, just want to be clear.
I don't know what year the property was transferred.
2016, I understand there was a quiet title from the property there to a builder, and then that builder sold it to the applicant. Is that correct?
I wouldn't be able to confirm the history of the ownership.
That's just the only fact that I just wanted to be clear on, because I'm going somewhere with this, but.
I understand. So that was the item that was voted on before.
Okay.
This property was purchased from Tim Pearl Askew in 20, it would have been more recent than 2016, I think would have been in the 2019 or 2020 timeframe.
Okay. Thank you. And since then, but that property now is currently subject to the requirements of the Historic Preservation Commission.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And with that said, it seems to me that what it says, according to our approval criteria, that it's pretty clear that the certificate of appropriation shows that it must demonstrate consistency. Must demonstrate consistency with prevailing patterns of existing lots, densities, spacing of homes, lot sizes and shapes, and other characteristics of the historic district that the Historic Preservation Commission deems applicable. In the second point that Jason mentioned earlier, in granting a certificate of historic appropriateness for subdivision plats and site plan review, it indicates that the Historic Preservation Commission shall require that potential negative impacts of the proposed developments be minimized through site designs techniques. Am I missing something there in terms of what our responsibilities are, in terms of what we're required to review, that we can look at those things? Because it says that we must demonstrate consistency with prevailing patterns of existing lots, densities, that we shall require the potential negative impact of the proposed development being minimized through site design.
I would defer to what Joel said previously regarding that criteria.
Okay. And that was what, Joel?
The topic of the density of the lots and the creation of the subdivision is a matter that's under litigation with the county. And so as staff, we don't discuss that until the litigation is.
So how would that weigh in terms of our decisions that we have to make today?
And Commission members, until today, when we are only looking at whether or not the proposed buildings meet your architectural definition for what is appropriate in that area.
Yes.
So, I mean, this is pretty explicit. So there's something that's in litigation, but it's in our purview to discuss,
Right.
and we can't discuss it, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Commission members, the current litigation is for a separate matter. As I previously stated, what is before you today is whether or not the designs that you see before you are appropriate
for the neighborhood. If you feel they are appropriate, you should vote to approve. If you feel they are not appropriate, you should vote to disapprove. So all that's before you right now is whether or not the site plans and proposed house, meaning does the proposed houses, do they look appropriate for this neighborhood?
Is
What you're saying is that what we're voting on today has nothing to do with the litigation.
okay.
I have one other statement or question, make sure with staff that I'm correct. I know this property was purchased before this designation was put in effect. Am I correct? Okay, but what I also understand from reading this ordinance, and, you know, at times we read things over and over to make sure that we're clear, that there is no, you know, statute of limitations or being grandfathered or whatnot. This still applies, you know, our responsibility still applies regardless of when the time this was purchased. Am I correct?
Any applications that came in after the designation of the historic district on June 21st of 2022 would be subject to the ordinance.
Still
yes.
applicable?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's what I needed to know. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please do. Okay.
Oh, if there's more
Okay,
questions.
I just want to ask for clarification here. So, the property was purchased in 2016.
I think he said
2019. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Well, I'm just saying, if the property was purchased at a certain time, but when the developers decided to design their homes to put on the property and submit their applications, does the, don't they get some kind of information about what is being considered as historic preservation for the area? Were they given that information?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have a pre-application with all of our applicants.
All that information is in front of them before they go ahead and actually do the design and bring it back to you.
Well, I wouldn't speak to when they started their design, but we do have those pre-application meetings
Okay.
available.
All right, thank you.
One just following question, Melanie, I guess, for clarification. So any litigation that is pending, even though it's very clear what our responsibilities are here and what we must consider, whatever decisions we decide to make today, is there a possibility that that litigation could affect whatever decisions we make today?
Commission members, no. As I stated before, the litigation is about a separate matter.
Okay.
So all that is
Just
before
wanna be
you
clear.
is the design of the homes, which is separate from the litigation.
And also reiterate that it's our responsibility of what we have through the ordinance.
Right.
Inclusively. Okay. Jason, I'll go back to you now.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion to deny under criteria B, C, and D for failure to meet the Secretary of Interior standards of respecting the prevailing character and characteristics of the historic architecture when designing these new structures, for failure to provide homes that fit within the characteristics and prevailing patterns of the surrounding historic community. And that's it. Thank you.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion from commission members at this time? If there is no further discussion, it is time for the vote.
Chair Millar,
Aye.
Vice Chair Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Smalls Brown, Commissioner Gardner,
Aye.
Commissioner Purcell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan.
This is to deny.
Correct.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
This is the final decision of the Historic Preservation Commission. If any person with a substantial interest in this decision of the Historic Preservation Commission chooses to appeal the decision, they may do so to the Circuit Court of Charleston County. Such an appeal shall be filed within 30 calendar days after today's date. All right, we are moving forward. Okay. The next agenda item is HIST-11-22-00066. Am I correct on that last?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
As stated, this request is for a certificate of historic appropriateness for 10 single-family dwelling unit zoning permit applications for the enclave at Copiague Sound, TMS 61400000178 978 Gadsdenville Road, a property within the 10-mile Community Historic District. And this is also an amended application that was granted a deferral by the Commission at their December 2022, March 2023, and April 2023 meetings. Again, here is that list of all of the CHA applications that have been submitted thus far within the 10-mile Community Historic District. Recently approved applications for this property include a preliminary plat for 10 home sites named the Enclave at Copiague Sound. In October of 2021, there was an approved property line adjustment between the subject property and TMS 614 parcel 209. In June of 2022, the 10-mile community was designated as a Charleston County Historic District. Conditional site plan review approval was granted for the Gadsdenville Road growth feeder gas main in October of 2022. And the final plat for the 10 home sites known as the Enclave at Copiague Sound was recorded on June 30th of this year. The original application request was submitted in October of 2022 and included final plat approval, 10 single-family zoning permits, and neighborhood signage. At the December 2022 HPC meeting, the applicant's representative requested a deferral in order to work more closely with the community. The Commission approved that deferral to the February 15th meeting. The applicant's representative then asked for an additional deferral to the March meeting, which was granted by the chair. A revised application was submitted, and it included only the request for 10 single-family dwelling units, with the applicant stating they were no longer pursuing neighborhood signage. At the March 15th HPC meeting, the applicant's representative requested to defer the request to the April HPC meeting to allow time to meet with the community to discuss their concerns, and the Commission also approved that deferral. On March 27th, a revised application was submitted, which included an updated letter of intent, and at the April 19th meeting, the application was deferred by the Commission. An additional updated application was received on May 5th that included updates to the lot plans and letter of intent. And at the request of the Commission, the applicant is now stipulating a specific house plan for each individual lot. Again, the applicant has provided a summary of their community engagement, which has included 3 community meetings along with written and verbal public comments. The applicant made changes to the style of the homes and removed their requests for interest signage and uplighting as a result of these conversations. The applicant also is working independently with the community to address items like interpretive signage and road names. Here is the lot plan that's been provided by the applicant. And this is the location of the subject property when looking at the county as a whole, and the location of the property along Gadsdenville Road within the historic district. The subject property is zoned low-density residential R4 and is undeveloped. The future land use designation is urban, suburban, cultural community protection. Surrounding properties are also zoned R4 and contain either single-family dwelling units, manufactured housing units, or are undeveloped. The property is in both the AE and shaded X flood zones. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. And again, just to recap, when Charleston County adopted the 10-mile community as a historic district, it included at least 680 acres, and it was recognized in that 2016 Charleston County Cultural Resources Survey update as having significant social organization and settlement patterns. Here are photos of the subject property off of Gadsdenville Road. And these are photos of neighboring properties along Gadsdenville Road. This is the approved preliminary plat for the Enclave at Gadsdenville, developed under the by-right R4 zoning, showing 10 home sites and open space. Here is the final plat that was approved on June 30th. And to reiterate, the applicant is now stipulating specific house plans for each individual lot, so we'll go through those now again. Starting with Lot 1, Chandler B. Lot 2, Singleton A. Lot 3, Swinton D. Lot 4, Simmons D. Lot 5, Watson C. Lot 6, Chandler C. Lot 7, Singleton C. Lot 8, Swinton B. Lot 9, Chandler B. And lastly, Lot 10, Watson B. The applicants did provide responses to all of the applicable approval criteria. And because the approval criteria have been satisfied, staff recommends approval with the following 3 conditions. 1, require installation of interpretive historic signage on the property prior to CO issuance. 2, do not allow drive under elevated dwellings unless required to meet building code. And 3, maximum impervious surface coverage must comply with the ZLDR requirements. Prior to the December 2022 meeting, we received 5 letters in opposition. Prior to the March 15th HPC meeting, an additional 10 letters in opposition were received. Prior to the April 19th meeting, we also received an additional 10 letters in opposition. And in advance of today's meeting, we received an additional 20 letters in opposition. And of course, this meeting was noticed as required. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, for your comprehensive discussion there. Okay.
Ellis Leisman.
Emily, before you go to that, could you go to the map of the historic district with the yellow? Madam Chair, Ellis Leisman, again on behalf of the applicant, 418 King Street and Charleston 29403. And could you zoom in on that, please?
Yes. Oh. Oh. Do you need my circle to stay there?
It's, let me just keep zooming. There you go.
Okay.
That's fair enough. Thank you, Emma,
Okay.
for all your help. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the 3rd application that would involve a lot of the same issues of the other 2 that you've already heard. One of the issues with the ordinance that's before you that you're trying to do what you're supposed to do is it uses the term prevailing. The problem with that, once it does go through litigation, Commissioner Gardner, is that what does that mean? What is prevailing? So, for example, this project is located on Gadsdenville, off of Gadsdenville Road. It was purchased from the Glover family prior to the designation, again, under a real estate contract. It wasn't purchased by a land trust or anybody like that was going to put a conservation easement on it. It was very specifically for the purpose of utilizing the R4 zoning. Now, it would appear that this board is saying, okay, you don't actually have R4 zoning, even though you have it, because we don't think it's the prevailing pattern. There's a street called Tim Askew Lane, which you can see here, that has between 18 and 20 lots, all of which that are less than 0.2 acre. And the lot coverage is certainly not going to be 5%. So one of the things, and I think that y'all made yourself clear about how you're going to act on each of these 3 applications today, but think about how vague and think about how arbitrary that is. What's prevailing? Is someone allowed to build a 2-story house? Is someone allowed to have a 0.2 acre lot? You know, the answers to those questions are absolutely yes, because the county zoning provides for it. You have an ordinance that this commission believes allows you to look further and to disallow things that zoning allows. We will have to go and approach that issue and work through it together, but I just want to let you know, as you're wondering about litigation, you're wondering about the law, there's clear case law in South Carolina that says that a county can provide an ordinance, and they can pass ordinances as part of their police power. But once they do so, that ordinance has to be clear enough so that a person of ordinary intelligence can understand what they can do with their property and what they can't. And I think you very clearly recognize that it is impossible to determine what someone could or could not do with their property. Let's say that they liked a beach house style home, that they couldn't build that. Let's say that they wanted to have 2 stories. Let's say that they wanted to have a room over their garage, or any of the decisions that people are allowed to make. And now this group feels like that they've got to study into a prevailing pattern, of which there are none. Just indicated to you 19, 18, 20 lots within a couple hundred yards of this group that have lot coverages, Mr. Crowley, that are way above what you've been citing during this meeting, and which have lot sizes that are a lot smaller than the ones that have been cited in this meeting. So again, I'd be remiss to say, I appreciate the time, being able to be before you, being able to take deferrals and to come back before you. But clearly, when you have your legal department and your planning department telling you that there's a problem with you exercising zoning authority, and then you exercise it anyway to prohibit something that zoning allows, that would be built of similar materials and have similar appearance to enough houses there. Things are different. If I showed you 50 different houses in 10 Mile, you'd see 50 different architectural styles. So again, I appreciate your service. I appreciate the time before you. But again, what has happened is that you've replaced something that's clear with something that is vague, arbitrary, and unattainable. And it's going to be a issue that may plague this HPC going forward. But again, would ask you to approve the application because, again, this is within the zoning. This was purchased from a 10 Mile family with the full understanding about what the applicant would do. The applicant's presentation, the applicant's plan complies with all state law and all county ordinances, or else we wouldn't have gotten all the approvals that this commission is apparently respectfully not giving any credence to. Again, the architecture of these is appropriate, so they should be approved, and I thank you for your consideration.
Quentin Brown.
My name is Quentin Brown. I live at 4068 Highway 17 North, Allendale. At this point, I would just ask for consistency in what we're doing here today, and that's really all I have to say. I think it's kind of very. That's all I have to say because it's very disheartening to hear someone say that they can't see our architectural pattern within our community. It's very disheartening to hear that when all you have to do is look. But I thank you for your time.
Justin Schwiebler.
Again, Justin Schwebler with Historic Charleston Foundation. I'd like to reiterate our comments from before, but also just making the comment that I think it's telling that the applicant has chosen to comply with all the zoning ordinances and county planning ordinances that are in place, except for the historic preservation ordinance that you are reviewing this evening. The Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation have been cited multiple times in the applicant's preservation, quoting that they are following the standards that the Secretary of Interior has put forth. And I would just like to read you the first sentence of the Secretary of Interior standards with regards to new construction within the boundaries of a historic property. It is possible to add new construction within the boundaries of historic properties if site conditions allow and if the design, density, and placement of the new construction respect the overall character of the site. According to the Secretary of Interior standards of rehabilitation, Section 9 in particular, the guidelines for these buildings and new construction need to be built in a manner that protects the integrity of historic buildings and the property's setting. Thank you.
Ben Cunningham. Mr. Cunningham, I think I might have forgotten you on the last one. I apologize for that if I did. Yeah.
I wasn't sure, but you guys handled it fine without me.
Okay.
I just want to reiterate our comments earlier and also to note that compliance with zoning doesn't guarantee anything with respect to historic appropriateness. If all you had to do was comply with the zoning requirements, then what are we even doing here? That's the point of this whole commission, is to go further than zoning, to look at the historic appropriateness of the individual submissions, which is what you have. And I also like to applaud the commission for adhering to the letter of the ordinance and not just for, despite the threats of the applicant and or staff, but all you can do is apply the ordinance as written, and that's all you have done. And we applaud that. And as far as the vagueness of prevailing, well, that's an ordinary word that you can look at read that in the dictionary for a definition, and that's exactly, again, what we believe you've done, and we'd encourage you to continue to do in relying on the appraisal that's been submitted. Thank you.
Aaron Minigan.
Erin Minigan with the Preservation Society of Charleston, 147 King Street. And again, just for the record, our comments for this application are the same as we previously presented for the first two items. And I would just add that we feel you are correctly interpreting your charge under the ordinance, and aspects like lot sizes, building sizes, setbacks, densities do have great impact on how a development fits into the character of the community, and we urge you to stay the course. Thank you.
Filippo.
Filippo Ravalico, 510 Live Oak Drive, Mount Pleasant. Thank you again for the time and the work on these cases. I just want a quick comment on the impossibility, alleged impossibility to do your work, according to Mr. Lisman. I've been following this case since December. I was not here in December, but I watched it on video, so this is the fourth iteration on this case. What seems to me that is impossible is to get the applicant to actually sit down, read the ordinance, and try to apply for RIA. All that has happened has been tweaking the wording and tweaking the little details without changing one substantial element of projects that were clearly designed without the ordinance in mind. So if you're trying to ignore the ordinance, that's certainly impossible, because the ordinance is in the books and it's the law of the land. But if the applicant were willing to really work with the community, go back to the drawing board. Maybe there's a good, useful use of the property too. They cannot just ram it too. They cannot expect this commission to rubber stamp their zoning compliance. Thank you.
Craig Askew.
Craig Askew, 987 Jacksonville Road. Thanks again, Commission, for your time and your diligence. Can you go to slide 57, please? I would also like to ask for just a little bit of time. You know what? Never mind.
I got you.
Oh, you got it? Okay. If you can just look at the slide, and I would just ask the commission again and implore you guys to again vote against this subdivision because of the area ACA that we worked on. The style of home is again called New Traditional Craftsman, and is not a Low Country vernacular. The typical home in 10 Mile, it sits on about 8,000 square foot lot versus the proposed 6,000 square foot lot. This is a fundamental shift to the pattern of living in our community. Again, we would ask that you apply the ordinance and maintain our density and go through the process that that's done. So yeah, thank you.
And Ed Pinkney is the last one.
Hello, everyone. Ed Pinkney, 3768 Robbie Glover Road, Allendale, South Carolina. Emily, can you pull up any design from the subdivision?
Sure.
One of the things I just wanted to highlight to this group was in the applicant's application, they constantly refer to themselves again as Low Country Vernacular. And if you have a book in front of you, please turn to page 759, number 6. So Low Country Vernacular is, the formal name is American Vernacular Side Gabled Roof Elevated Cottage. That is what the applicant is saying that they're actually building. So the applicant is saying they're building Low Country Vernacular, if you have a book. That's called American Vernacular Side Gabled Roof, Elevated Cottage. This on page 759, number 6. That is what they're actually saying they're building. If you could please turn now to page 743, number 7 is the exact one I want you to look at. Set page 743, number 7. These homes are considered two types. New traditional Queen Anne, which you can see on page 743, number 7, and also new traditional Craftsman, which is on page 744, number 6. So these homes aren't even being properly explained to you in an architectural standpoint. A prevailing pattern of architecture for our community is not Low Country Vernacular either. In the books that you have, please turn to page 597 for ranch-style architecture. That is a prevailing pattern of architecture that exists in our community. So what we're trying to show you is that the applicant is not describing the pattern of architecture correctly to you. They're planning to build. It's actually something else. And that architecture that they're describing doesn't even exist in our community, because our community, if you're on page 597, is ranch-style architecture. Thank you.
Before we move forward, I just have a question for staff, and I believe that is the next point. And then maybe this is more for the Historic Charleston Foundation expert or the Preservation Society of Charleston. Surely there are other communities that are going through this same, development. And are they, I don't know if this is appropriate, but do they work hand in hand with preservation groups such as yourself to make sure that these mesh? It seems like it could be so much easier. Maybe I'm just missing something here.
Sorry, can you clarify what?
I just wondered if there are other communities that are designated, such as 10 Mile, that are, developing, like, maybe not the size and number, but are they working with preservation groups to try to, put together these homes that are appropriate?
Sure. I think the commission is very familiar with the Beefield community. I've worked very closely with Mr. George Richardson, who's a representative of that community. And they were before you very recently with a proposition very similar to this with high-density short-term rental that was proposed, I think, with 10 house sites on a similarly scaled lot in the Beefield community. That lot has since, after the commission's denial of that application, has since gone on to be purchased by the county and is going through the Greenbelt program to be turned into a community park. So that's a great option. And again, as representative of the power that the commission has to, delay developments like this that are incompatible in these very sensitive historic communities to produce outcomes that are beneficial for these historic communities. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to also answer that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just if you could give us real quickly, I know.
I think many times people don't understand, Marilyn Hemingway, Commissioner with the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Commission, that many settlement communities, Gullah Geechee communities, are made from something from nothing. We made a way out of no way. So what was available to us is what we built those houses from. But also, many of us were master carpenters that came off the plantations, and we passed down those carpentry traditions orally. And because we had that master craftsmanship, we built those type of houses. And I think people need to understand, in particular developers who like to bring in cookie cutter houses and lay it on top of the community, they have to understand that what they see is a pattern in and of itself. It may be a cottage, it may be a ranch house. But at the time, we took the skill set that we had and we took the materials that were available to us and we made a way out of no way. So those variety of houses that you see, that itself is a pattern. So you have to understand the community that you're dealing with and not just come and talk to them to get what you want, but come and talk to them to have understanding. So the community itself evolves. It is foundational. So we need developers to come in and really sit down with the community and listen and hear, and I think that would solve a lot of problems. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes.
So we were asked to consider the character appraisal. So is that something that as a commission we can adopt as part of our, what we do and use that in communities?
And at the current moment, no. You can contemplate it in your mind when you're evaluating this particular application, but to adopt it as far as a uniform policy, that's not appropriate at this time because that is not what the agenda item is or the request before you today.
But in the future?
And then if that,
In the future, that
in the
could be
future,
something that could
in the
come.
future, we would have to talk with planning staff to see what the district would need to require that to be adopted into the standards for the district. We can address that at that time.
May I make a comment,
Yes,
please?
ma'am.
I just want to elaborate on what Ms. Marilyn just said about the culture and how houses in the Gullah Geechee community was built and designed.
Excuse me, do you have your speaker on? Because it's really hard to hear you.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
Much better.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I just wanted to elaborate on what Ms. Marilyn said because it struck something in my mind that, yes, she's right about how the community, Gullah communities, developed in their designing and building the buildings that we have. And it's something that I try to keep in mind myself when I see things coming because we have on James Island the Baxter Patrick Library, which is not a home. But when the developers designed that building, they designed it in a manner that I thought was something I didn't recognize in building before. And what they did was they had different rooftop shapes, different brick colors. And I'm thinking, well, what in the world are they doing? And you know what? They told me, this is what we saw in the community. So we designed the Baxter Patrick Library just like that. And you go and look at that beautiful library. But you can see the different shapes of the roofs, the different colors of bricks that they have there because they were using the materials that they had access to. And that is an important thing to identify with in the Gullah Geechee community. So I just wanted to make known that I totally agree with her on that.
Right, too, on that. This may be a matter of cultural sensitivity and respect for the culture as opposed to superiority. Thank you.
Jason?
I just have some questions for staff if it's okay to get into some specificities on this application. Tim Askew Lane was brought up, and you can see it on the boundary map. Is there any history or background on that development that staff can share of, I mean, yeah.
It was originally developed for affordable housing, so that's all the history I have on that.
Thank you. So it is interesting that I will put this. So to staff, my question is, for the prevailing example of the 7% of lots that are below 0.78 units per acre, would you say that those have all been developed under the form to date as affordable housing?
I wouldn't be able to say that today.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion for staff? Okay, do I have if there's no further discussion, is there a motion and a second?
I'll
from the
make a
commission?
motion to deny.
Is there a second? Oh, excuse me, on what?
Under A, C, and D.
A, C, I'm sorry.
And D. I'll second that.
All right, there has been a motion and a second. If there is no further discussion to staff. Yes,
Something else I'd
Sullivan.
like to say, and I want to make sure that I don't say it at the wrong time.
Make sure you're speaking into your...
Well, see, I'm doing what I accuse other people of doing. I want to make sure I can say something.
This is the time.
Okay, all right. So may I say something? Okay. I don't remember who said this, but they said, they referred to the Planning Commission. And when I was making notes of what I wanted to say earlier, and what I've been thinking for quite a while, is if we can't vote and get approval of and enforce what's under approval criteria, we may as well pack up and go home and let the Planning Commission, let these agendas go to the Planning Commission. So I think the purpose of our commission is extremely important. And I'm so happy that so many people showed up and made this variety of really important issues that we need to take into consideration, and that members of our commission are chiming in and saying all of these different things. I think we are extremely important, and I want us to continue, and I would like to be able to take what's in the area character appraisal and incorporate it officially into what we use as our criteria for 10 Mile. And I would love to see the same thing done for Phillips and Beeville and any other Gullah African American community that comes under our purview. Our purpose is so important. So I'm very appreciative. I'm very appreciative of everything that has happened this afternoon. So I vote with the other members who have said deny before. I vote to deny.
We take the roll for the vote. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. I also would like just to state my thanks from Mr. Leisman and your applicant and you're also your partner or your cohort for your time, because I know this is not an easy task. I know that, we live in a capitalistic society, and I get it. I'm a realtor. I know that you know that. But I'm also a teacher and a history teacher. And I agree with these people. We're all volunteers. We've all been appointed. And this is very serious and very important to us. And I would assume it is important to you as well. And I just, again, the amount of time that we spend, the amount of time that this community has spent putting together, their voice and their just their opinion, and just to show that, yeah, we do have a role here. We do have a role here, and we're trying our hardest to make sure we're following the letter of law as far as what we know it as. This is fairly new to us. But again, I do thank you for your time, and I know it's not an easy task, and I do appreciate you both. And I do appreciate the Preservation Commission for coming and speaking to us. It's taking out your time as well. And I thank you for that. And I guess it is time for us to go ahead and make that vote. Is there anything else?
I'd like to just add, just for clarification of why I will be voting no with this today when we get to the vote, of looking again at, voting aye because we're voting to deny. So with the affirmative of the motion, just like the other applications, when you look at these individual houses, the individual lots, the collective development that is before us, these units do not fit with the historic context and prevailing patterns of this community, which is what we are looking at. If you take individual homes in 10 Mile. There are large homes, there are small homes. We've had this conversation. We've looked at this. Both sides agree. There are large homes, there are small homes, there are medium homes. There are homes with garages, there are homes without garages. But you have to look at, and I think that we are, and I am looking at the context of this community, which is a low-density community, whether it's zoned 100 units an acre or 1 unit per 50 acres, the pattern is what the pattern is, and that is what is being applied here. The courts will decide what the decision is about the subdivision and when that should be approved, at what point and by whom, but what is clear here is that this development and these individual homes within this development do not fit with the patterns of this district, which is why I'll be voting to deny the application.
Is there anyone else who would like to discuss anything further or take the vote? Staff?
Chair Millar,
Aye.
Vice Chair Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Smalls Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner, Commissioner Purcell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
And this is the final decision of the Historic Preservation Commission. If any person with a substantial interest in this decision of the Historic Preservation Commission chooses to appeal the decision, they may do so to the Circuit Court of Charleston County. Such an appeal should be filed within 30 calendar days after today's vote. I would say now, for the sake of time, I know we've been here for quite a while. Is there a 10-minute break? Can we just stretch and maybe just, I think we have some, just bathroom time. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess at this time.
I wish they had that character area thing earlier.
Is it appropriate for me to ask staff to
If we could have everyone seated, we'll continue. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I know this makes for a long day. Lots going on. Okay, we got everybody in. The next agenda item is HIST 05-23-00082, a request for a certificate of historic appropriateness. Emily, please discuss.
Thank you. As stated, this is for a certificate of historic appropriateness request for a proposed barn dominium totaling 4,000 square feet with 1,500 square feet of heated space at TMS 583-0000041, a property within the Phillips Community Historic District. The Phillips community was designated as a historic district in August of 2021, and since then there have been 14 Certificate of Historic Appropriateness applications received for properties within the Phillips community, which you can see the details of here. The subject property received a retroactive clearing and grubbing permit in June of 2022, and in April of 2023, the property owner was denied a Certificate of Historic Appropriateness for a barn dominium. The property is currently in site plan review as part of the Phillips Community Drainage Project. The applicant has provided a project description describing that the home will resemble a barn and have 1,500 square feet of heated space with additional storage space for their personal recreational vehicles. Materials will consist of brick, wood, vinyl, and steel in a mix of colors, including gray, black, white, and green. The application before the commission today varies from the previous application for a barn dominium in the following aspects. 1, the current application has incorporated more windows on the front and rear facades. 2, the current application has added 2 attached porches on the right and left sides of the building. And 3, the current application has added additional architectural detail in the form of an overhang on the front facade. Here's the location of the subject property when viewing the county overall. And here is a map of the historic district showing the property off of Canyon Lane. The Phillips community is a Reconstruction-era South Carolina Land Commission platted community where former plantation land was subdivided and sold to black and white landless farmers and tradesmen. The district covers roughly 420 acres. The subject property is zoned Special Management S3 and is undeveloped. The future land use designation is Urban Suburban Cultural Community Protection. Surrounding properties to the north, east, and south are also zoned S3 and contain either single-family dwelling units, manufactured housing units, or are undeveloped. The property to the west is zoned PD 142, the Commons at Canyon Lane, and is undeveloped but allows for 22 single-family dwelling units. The subject property is within the shaded X flood zone. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. These are photos of the subject property. And these are photos of nearby properties that were listed as contributing resources within the draft Phillips Community Nomination Form for National Register listing. And these are surrounding properties that were not listed as contributing. Here is the proposed site plan showing the barn dominium and gravel driveway along with the septic drain field and the proposed floor plan. Here are the elevations, starting with the front, the rear, the roof plan, the left elevation, and the right elevation. The applicant provided responses to all of the applicable approval criteria. And because the approval criteria have been satisfied, staff recommends approval with the following condition. The siding shall not be made of metal. We did receive 4 letters in support of this application and 44 letters in opposition prior to today's meeting. And we noticed the meeting as required. Thank you.
Yep. Applicant, Dietrich Stoges? Oh.
Renee. Renee? Okay.
Just Renee Stelgis, 1555 Joe Rouse Road in the Phillips community. And thank you for having us here again. Don't have a whole lot to add from before, except for that my husband and I are both from Mount Pleasant, as our parents and grandparents are, so we kind of understand the history and the culture, and we've been out on Clements Ferry Road for the past 25 years, and we're really excited to come back to Mount Pleasant and have the opportunity to buy this property. And we really want to be a positive part of this community, and we have been faced with so much opposition and so much negativity, it just has blown us away. And looking around the community, we went with the barn dominium because we thought there was quite a decent amount of different types of homes, some single-story, double stories, a few new neighborhoods incorporated in the area. Some are made of cinder blocks, some buildings are metal, wood, vinyl. So we kind of thought we wouldn't have much of an issue with what we were trying to build. We were very pleased to meet with Joel Evans of Planning after we were denied in front of you guys. And we sat down and did some brainstorming and added a whole bunch of stuff to the exterior of the building. First of all, we're building it in the back corner of the lot with a large group of oaks in front. There were some issues with us building the berm in front, but again, we did that to sort of make us blend in. We plan on using really earth tone colors to blend in even more. We've got a variety of windows and doors and awnings. We're doing a 3-foot area on the bottom that will either be of stone or wood all around the exterior. Some probably vinyl looking cedar shakes on the top cupola. A lot of wood trim on the post and shutters and stuff. So we really hope to not be a big eyesore. And I guess that's all. Thank you.
Jerome Vanderhorst?
Yes. I had my name on the list this time. So, my name is Jerome Vanderhorst. I live at 1039 Theodore Road. I'm also a stakeholder in the Phillips area. I grew up at 2916 Canyon Lane, which is a dirt road, my mother's house. I wanted to point out, first of all, thank you, Joel and Emily, for sending me that email and answering my phone call about the preview of what the HBC can and cannot do. And I thank the board members for voting on what's in front of you today of the guidelines of the HBCs. Because I know that's under litigation, so thank you again for voting what you have in front of you, what you can and cannot do. With that being said, again, I oppose this because he showed it was a picture up on the screen earlier about my mother's house, which is at 2916 Canyon Lane. And does that picture does not look nothing like that barndominium. The house that the applicant is proposing to build is 4,000 square feet, and 1,500 of it is going to be living space, and the other 3,500 is storage or for a recreational vehicle. And I wonder what the recreational vehicle consists of, because I know, applicant, please don't take it personal. He has a business, which is a landscaping business, and I know he has big trucks, dozers, and tractors and stuff like that. If I've noticed it came down our road, which that road is a private road, and I say our road because it's a private road for the people that lives on that road. It's a dirt road. And my concern is with that road being there and his equipment, he's going to be driving his stuff back and forth, accessing that road, coming in and exiting the road. So that's one of the concerns I really don't like about it, because I saw him when I was cutting my mother's yard the other day. Please give me another 30 seconds. And I said, well, if he's using the road now and saying that he has recreational vehicles and he's using it for his equipment for his landscaping company, when he build that house, he continue doing that. So that's one of the concerns I have. And again, the road is only 30 feet wide, and we already tried to get the road to be paved by the county, but they won't do it because it's a private road. So who maintains the road? We do. He scraped the road a couple of times, and But we put rocks on the road and trying to maintain it because there is a drainage problem there too. The road floods on the left and right side of the ditches when it's raining. So please take this under consideration. I oppose the applicant building that size of a house because we don't have nothing that in our neighborhood with the historical preservation neighborhood looks like a large 45 or 4,000 square feet bond minimum house in our area. Thank you.
Richard Habersham.
My name is Richard Habersham, and I live at 2938 Bennett Charles Road, which this road connects to Canyon Lane. Like Mr. Daniel said, nothing in the community is that large. Nothing. No building is 4,000 square feet. You know, and if you open this door up at 4,000 square feet, what you gonna do with the next people who come in? There's a development company in Philip now with 42 homes that is proposed. If you open the door up now with this 4,000 square foot building, what you gonna do with those 42 homes? It's the same thing. They're gonna say, well, I want this big, large home. I remember a few years ago, Gold Island came for Charleston County, but exact same thing where an applicant wanted to build a 4,000 square foot on Gold Island. The county denied that proposal because the same thing, it did not fit the community. The community didn't want it, and y'all denied it. So I don't see how this fits the Phillips community. It's nothing historical about it. Now, we're not saying that he can't build on his property. We just want him to fit in what's already there. We got ranch style homes. We got some two-story houses and everything, but nothing near that large. You're looking at 200 by 200? Nothing in Philip is that large. So that don't fit the historical criteria, don't fit the community. So please deny this application. Thank you.
Fred Smalls.
Fred Smalls. I live at 2959 Elijah Smalls Road in the Phillips community. My home is in close proximity to 2948 Canyon Lane, where the applicant is requesting to build a 4,000-foot structure. There is nothing in our community of this size. There is no structure, no building, anything that is 4,000 square feet. This structure is to have 1,500 square feet living space with 2,500 square feet storage space. As stated by the applicant, the storage space is for his personal toys, boats, tractors, four-wheelers. Well, all of us in the community, we all have boats, tractors, and trailers. None of us require 2,500 square feet for storage. Another concern that has already been stated is that the applicant owns a business up on Joe Rouse Road, supposedly a landscaping business. Their heavy equipment is stored. If we approve this 2,500 square feet storage building, it now becomes a warehouse or a storage facility for commercial equipment. So if this is done, this opens the door for the applicant to come back and request that this building be transitioned for commercial use, property commercial use. We all have seen and witnessed what happens to the African American communities when the commercialism is introduced into our communities. So we are asking the Phillips community is that this application be denied. Thank you.
That's it.
Before discussion, is there, I'm
sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
I thought,
you want to vote individually? Okay.
oh, all right, well, I called your name and then you pointed to, Dietrich, you want to, yes. yeah.
Okay.
I thought you didn't want to speak, you just wanted your way. Okay, okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry? Dietrich Stelges, 1555 Joe Rouse Road, Phillip Community. Been there 27 years running a business, employing a lot of the local people out of the Phillip community. I said a couple things wrong at the last meeting. I did not understand the ditch that runs through all of our properties and draining into Hallback Creek. I went upstairs, talked to Stormwater. There are issues with that drainage ditch. That ditch is on my property, but it is our county ditch. So the county needs to help maintain it. I'm going to sign paperwork to give my rights away to that property to the county to maintain it just as soon as we can get this problem straightened out. Let's see. Dirt road. The dirt road coming up and down Canyon, I've graded it a few times. I've put multiple truckloads of dirt and rock on there myself. For free, didn't charge anybody. I'm trying to help the whole neighborhood out. This is going to be Renee's in my home, not a storage facility for dozers, dump trucks, equipment. I have a 24-foot sportsman boat that's sitting on a 30-foot trailer. Okay, I want it in a shed, and that's why I'm building the barn dominium. 30 feet long, takes up a large section of that storage space. The camper I'm living in now, I would like to store it in there also. So I'm gonna have a boat on one side, I'm gonna have a camper on the other side, out of everybody's view inside my home. I'm gonna have a hallway going through the middle of it. I'm not gonna have a whole lot of storage. The density on our house that we're anticipating building, 5%. Please give me more time. 5%. Okay, we're at 1.9 acres. It's a huge lot. That sat dormant for years. I had to dig the for sale sign out of the ditch. It's not Goat Island. You're correct. It's not Goat Island. We're in the middle of Phillip. I've been here forever, along with all of y'all. Let's see. I had, on our first attempt to get our letter, I had 19 letters in support. I walked up and down Joe Rouse Road. I talked to as many people as answered the door for me. I had one lady not agree with the house that I want to build. Everybody else up and down the road that I talked to were very open-minded to what I was wanting to do and signed a letter. I thought they would have been submitted on this, but that's my fault, or I don't know. There are 2 other condominiums in the Phillip community. One of them is 100 square feet bigger than what we're anticipate building. The second one is, I think it's like 98 feet smaller than what we're anticipating. If you look at some of the other homes around the area, there are houses that are 3,289 square feet, 3,686 square feet, plus a garage, because y'all are looking at heated square footage. So there are buildings in the area that are homes that are equal to this size. We're trying to blend in. We built a berm around it to contain the water. The culvert pipe that we put in is helping to reduce the runoff and retaining it on our property. We're actually making a small, I'm going to call it a frog pond, but a retention area to help hold some of that water from going into the ditch and overloading. Now, from what I understand, to talking to Stormwater and Sewer, they've got permission to clean the ditch all the way just about Joe Rouse Road. They got one section they got to get approval from, and then they've got, for the half-cent sales tax, they've got money to go in there and fix that ditch. That would help out Mr. Smalls, who's not here today, the other Mr. Smalls. I said the other Mr. Smalls. I'm sorry. I did see you over there. I heard you. That's Mr. Smalls lives across the street from. Now, we've been in the community for a long time, and I plan on helping the community out best I can. Just give me a chance. Thank you.
All right, before discussion, is there a motion and a second from commission on this particular case?
I'll make a motion. Yes, considering the amount of people.
Your microphone, please.
I don't know what's wrong with this thing.
It's us.
The operator?
It's us.
Okay. I like to consider the views of the people that live in the area, and from what I was hearing, more people were against having this bigger size building in the area. And they were concerned about, what else could be going on later on. So I would move to deny this request.
Is there a second to that motion?
What is
Yeah,
the,
your reasoning for that, just the public.
Well,
Are you going on by the,
I understand that this is the biggest,
you going by, which, yes, we're going
which
by. what your-
criteria here?
Criteria.
Okay. Let's see here. Well, first of all, I guess E would be one, located within this 300 feet of the historic property district, and let's see. And D.
Okay, so again, letters. What were your letters again for your?
E and D.
E and D, all right.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's appropriate at this time. I know we're motioning for and against, but I would like to, the applicant made a point that there is another structure.
I think there needs to be a second first.
Okay, is there a second for this particular motion for denial? Hearing none.
Okay.
Hearing none, then it fails.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, so the motion has been made, the motion has been seconded. It's at this point I can make the comment. The applicant made a statement which is relevant in this case, and that is that there is existing barn-dominium, if I'm not mistaken, that may not be 4,000 square feet, but if I understand correctly, it's 3,900 square feet. And it was approved, correct? Yes, it was board approved. So that being said, I feel that we are, in the position that we must be equitable. No, there is no response to that at this point. Everyone spoke, and we will vote on that, but that's just a discussion based on what has already been a precedent, that has already been approved. Mr. Crawley?
Yeah, I mean, this has been my frustration with this and why I voted against the motion to deny. Last time was the precedence was set when the last time a barn dominium was presented to us on a much smaller lot, and it was just as large, if not larger. And I believe I made a comment on the record that I was surprised that there was no opposition to it because I had concerns about it. And in this instance, it is a larger lot with a building. I mean, I still think the barn dominium concept is odd. Why not have a house with a separate garage? But when we're talking about precedents, unfortunately, you know, the precedence was set the last time there was an application for this on a different property, and that's my struggle with this one is, I mean, how many barn dominiums are too many barn dominiums? And why, you know, why would we deny this one and not, and when we approved the last one?
Sir,
And,
board discussion?
Yes, I want to add to, even though the precedent was set with one other house, and of course you said it was on the smaller lot, the area itself, though, does not resemble anything of a sort, a building this size with equipments coming in and out on a dirt road. And that really concerns me, because those kind of equipment will tear your road up. So even though the height, the size might be, I mean, you're saying that this was a precedent because it was one other building that was built before, and I don't know if it had all these kind of equipment coming in and out there, but that would be a concern, a great concern for me.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the applicant stated that there would be no landscape equipment going down that street. Is that correct?
That is correct, unless it's come to cut the grass or to build the building. My equipment will not be stored there. I have 3 acres that I store my equipment. I'm looking for more property in Somerville to store equipment. This is our home.
Ma'am, I have a picture of a tractor trailer going down the dirt road 2 weeks ago in my home.
You're exactly right.
Okay.
Bringing dirt.
Sir. Okay, thank you. We've heard from everyone, and we're just trying to work with this precedent that's already been established. But thank you, sir. I hear you. Yes, sir. Y'all, we're going to have to ask you both to please stop, okay? So we can move forward. I mean, everyone has an opinion. We understand that. And we're just working on a precedent here, and we are moving forward to see that if it is applicable. Thank you. Anything else that you'd like to add?
Well,
since you were speaking?
I think he mentioned something about this trailer that he drives up and down. So just all the equipment that he mentioned together concerns me, that you're having this many trips going up and down in a road like that, that's not even being maintained by the county. And then the houses that I saw around it just doesn't even look appropriate to have those kind of vehicles around in the area. Thank you.
Okay.
We talk about precedents set, and I do remember when we voted for the other barn dominium, but was the other property owner of the barn dominium a business owner that had all of these vehicles and equipment and stuff?
Was that staff? It's the staff.
He didn't operate a business in this community. He did not.
Can I ask a question for staff of what is permitted under, what is this zoning and what is permitted under this zoning? I mean, I feel like we're getting into use and business license questions. I don't know if that, how, I don't know the relevance to that. But Claire, just for understanding what are the uses, allowed uses here, and I guess I'll elaborate to next, if you could answer also, if someone is operating a home business, if that's allowed under the zoning, do they have to have anything registered to that property? And if they're doing something that doesn't fit within it, what is enforcement action?
A lot of questions. Okay.
Sorry, you can.
It's zoned S3, and which is primarily residential. I think there are a few agricultural type uses that are allowed that can go along with that zoning. As far as having a business and a home, yes, you can do that as a home occupation. It's very limited as to what types of businesses can be utilized and how many employees you have and the hours of operation that type of thing. And I don't think a contractor, a landscape contracting company can qualify as a home occupation.
That's correct, yeah.
And the final question you had was enforcement, correct? As far as
Enforcement, yeah.
Yeah.
So if someone is operating and using the property that is not consistent with what's allowed in the zoning district, then we write summonses and ticket the property, and hopefully they come into compliance.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, I have a question. Is it possible for this project to be scaled down?
I think that's a question for staff, or I'm sure that would be based on the denial, I'm assuming, and then a modification request. Is that correct, like last time? Am I correct on that as far as the legality of?
And I would have to think and talk with staff to see what is actually the limit in this district. To my knowledge, there probably is none. And so the applicant is asking you to consider what they are presenting and if it's appropriate. If you believe it's appropriate, you should vote for it. If you do not, you should vote to deny it. And as Mr. Crowley has stated, currently before you, there has been at least one application of significant similarity to this current one that was approved in the last year or two by this same body.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion to staff?
I have one more
Okay, go ahead.
question right here too now. I did not include A in this criteria, and I'm just looking at, what historical, cultural, or architectural significance would this building add to the community, or how does it impact?
So is that a question for staff?
For staff.
So criterion A is actually referring to the significance of the historic district itself. So that's what that criterion is referring to, the cultural significance of the Phillips community.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ask a question? Yes, so, and I don't know. Thank you. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate question to ask, but if we were to consider modifying the motion that's on the floor by saying perhaps the structure itself would be reduced inside, should it be considered in this particular historic district?
So,
The motion was to deny, so I would think that would have to be
Oh,
a
right.
second motion.
Yeah, would have to be a second.
So I can withdraw my motion,
Yes.
and, okay, someone can make another one.
Okay, so you withdraw.
I'll withdraw it and let, okay.
And someone has to second that.
well, this has to agree.
This is you, Pat. So she
Pat.
seconded the motion, she's withdrawing her motion, and you would second, so you would also have to withdraw.
I withdraw my second.
Okay, so now we can make another motion.
Okay, I have a question for staff. He said something.
Other people. He mentioned something about building a retention pond. I don't think I've heard anybody ask that before. Can he build a retention pond?
Staff?
Yes, if he gets a permit for it.
So he has to apply for a permit, and what are the requirements? What criteria does he have to meet to be able to get approval?
Ms. Sullivan, unfortunately, we are not sure at the moment what those requirements to build his stormwater pond are. However, that is not within the purview of this body. So that is a whole separate function of the county. This body is only focused on whether or not they like the design of his proposed structure.
Okay, somebody asked the question of, is this design appropriate for the community?
Wouldn't a retention pond, like,
Turn your light on.
because you did mention the retention pond, it seems like it's on the table to be built on the property with permitting, of course, but it seems like it would be relevant to this and that, you know, there may be some sort of remains or archaeological something that has to be done in order to build that. I don't know, but it seems like there would be some relevance there. So, is that?
We're not familiar with the applicant requesting to do a pond on the property. That's not what the application is here. If at the time that they apply and they show us where it is, it may have to come to this board. I just don't know. We don't know the details of what the request is.
Oh, so the request comes in and then we have to approve it?
That's what we're doing.
Aha.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what you're here with
No.
all the cases.
But for the pond.
okay. So we're approving,
You can only
Barndominium.
approve, you can only approve and consider what the application is. And in this case, it is this structure or barndominium that is 4,000 square feet.
it does not include a retention pond.
No, it does not. No.
And that would probably have to come, if I'm not mistaken, back to us for, okay. All right. Anyone else, any other discussion?
I do have one more comment. So, like Jason said, referring back to precedents, I feel like that's very important with this. The commission has already approved one of these structures, and it was on a much smaller lot. This is a larger lot, only 5% of the building. So, you know, that is what I think. Sorry.
Madam Chair, at this time, I believe the motion tonight was withdrawn, so we need a motion
Second, new motion.
to continue.
Yes. All right, so we need the motion has been withdrawn and the second has also been withdrawn. So now we have, I guess, a motion at this point.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we approve the barn dominium.
Is there a second? Not hearing any. So where does that leave us with this?
The motion fails if you don't have a
Yeah.
second.
Okay, so
A motion to approve the barn dominium with a maximum square footage of 3,000 square feet and include staff recommendations on the siding requirements.
Second.
okay, there's been a motion, and it has been seconded. And from what I understand, Jason, correct me if I didn't get that totally, you'd like to reduce the size to 3,000 square feet?
A maximum of 3,000.
Maximum of 3,000 square feet, and the siding to be
Per staff recommendation.
per staff recommendation, which was not metal, if I'm not, okay, there it is. Siding shall not be metal. So those are two recommendations that you're putting in there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I have a question. So with your reduction to 3,000 square feet, are you anticipating that there would be a reduction in the non-heated area?
It would have to be the overall footprint, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Let her finish, hang on. She's not, I don't think she's finished. Ms. Johnson, are you?
Oh, I'm finished. I
Oh,
said
I'm
thank you.
sorry, okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You didn't hear
Yeah.
me.
Do you like?
I don't know if it's a comment or a question, but if we approve this, then we're creating a precedent. What if somebody else comes in and wants
There's already
to
a precedent.
build a barn dominium style building? Then they'll say, well, a precedent has been created, then, which means you have to approve me. That's my concern.
It's already said.
And that's my concern is we already did that. We did it a year ago.
But now is now.
Was the motion seconded? Am I?
Yes, it
Okay,
was.
all right. So there has been a motion. I went through the criteria of the motion. It has been seconded, so now I'm asking staff to call roll.
Chair Millar,
Aye.
Vice Chair Carley,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
I really don't think I want to go down the road of having more condominiums in the area, because I really question how it's going to affect the character of the community, so I cannot support this. I'm going to have to vote no on this.
Commissioner Jones. Aye. Commissioner Smalls-Brown.
No.
Commissioner Gardner.
No.
Commissioner Purcell.
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan.
No.
It's a tie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's a tie. The
It's a
motion
tie.
fails.
In that-
4-4.
in
Motion
that-
fails.
Motion fails with a tie? Mark? Okay.
Someone will make another motion.
Is there any other motion? I don't know what my role is.
Well, if it fails, that's it.
I mean, it fails.
If it fails, I mean, do you have to do something else?
If someone can make another motion.
If
but I
someone
think-
else wants
I
to.
think we've gone just about
Every
every
way.
direction we can go in.
Well, there being no other motions,
Yeah.
I think that it's
Fails, that's it.
that's final. Okay, this is the final decision of the Historic Preservation Commission. If any person with a substantial interest in the decision of this Historic Preservation Commission chooses to appeal the decision, they may do so to the Circuit Court of Charleston County. Such an appeal shall be filed within 30 calendar days after today's vote. All right, that moves us forward to the next agenda item, which is HIST-04-23-00081, a request for a certificate of historic appropriateness. Emily, please discuss.
Thank you. This is a request for a CHA to clear and grub the entire parcel at TMS 583-0000-287, a property within the Phillips Community Historic District. Again, here is a list of those 14 CHA applications within the Phillips Community Historic District that have been submitted since the district's designation. And the district was designated on August 24th of 2021. The applicant has described how they desire to clear the lot for a future home site. Here is the location of the subject property when looking at the county as a whole. And here is a map of the Phillips Community Historic District showing the subject property at the corner of Bobo Road and Julius Robertson Road. The Phillips community is a Reconstruction-era South Carolina Land Commission platted community where former plantation land was subdivided and sold amongst black and white landless farmers and tradesmen, and the district covers roughly about 420 acres. The subject property is zoned Special Management S3 and contains a single-family dwelling unit. Oh, I'm sorry, and is undeveloped. That's a mistake on my part. This future land use designation is urban, suburban, cultural, community protection. Surrounding properties to the west, east, and south are also zoned S3 and contain either single-family dwelling units or are undeveloped. Properties to the north are within the town of Mount Pleasant, zone planned development, and contains single-family dwelling units. The subject property is in an X flood zone. So here is an aerial view of the subject property. And these are images of the subject property. These are photos of nearby contributing resources as noted in the draft nomination listing for the National Register. These are photos of the neighboring non-contributing properties along Bobo Road. This is the site plan showing the 0.56 acre lot to be cleared and grubbed. And the applicant provided responses to all of the applicable approval criteria. In the draft registration form for the National Register, it recognizes the importance of trees in defining the character of the Phillips community. Since there is no current proposal for development on this lot, it cannot be determined which trees could potentially be retained while still accommodating for residential use. and therefore staff recommends deferral of this request until an application for development is received. And the meeting was noticed as required. Thanks.
Ernest Liner.
Good afternoon. I live at, my name is Ernest Lyon. I live at 312 Edenton Road, Goose Creek, South Carolina. I was raised in that area. I grew up in that area. My grandparents, my mom's all from that area. My uncle and aunts live in that area. I'm just requesting a clearing and grubbing permit to build a future home site there. That's it. Thank you.
I have a question for staff.
Questions for staff at this time, Jason?
If we adopt staff recommendation of deferral of request until application for development is received, is there any time limitation to that? Is that fine doing that, or does it really prefer a denial and then a resubmittal?
Well, I think what staff's recommendation is we would like to see some sort of development plan before we just issue a permit to clear a property. So, yeah, that's however we get there is fine with staff, but that was our thought, was to defer it until that comes up. Then it'll all be as part of one package.
Well, I have a question. So for the applicant, he said he's going to be building a home. Sir, do you know when you plan to start this building of the home, and in reference to what the planning zoning department is asking for some kind of plans before they issue a permit?
It would be within another year or so. But I just want to get started on it. And on that property is all pine trees, and there's no grand trees. I already had it surveyed for that.
Still need them. So you think the trees are going to grow up a whole lot more in the next year before you submit the plans to build your house?
No, I just taking a step at a time. First step, just to clear it, then I'll resubmit. Like I said, within another, maybe a year or maybe a little longer. I just want to go step by step and just get it
Well,
clear.
you're making it kind of tough for us to decide on
Huh?
how to, I mean, I'm just going to tell you upright, this is what it is. It's kind of tough to decide on this when we don't know what you really plan to do. I mean, you're telling us something right now, but we don't see no paperwork.
Oh, well.
So can you get some paperwork about what you plan to do and get back in touch with this planning department?
Well, I wanted to just do the clearing first, then come back.
I don't think you're going to be getting that today.
Well, I mean, I already had it surveyed for grain trees and all that stuff, and it's just a bunch of pine trees. In that area, every lot is cleared, basically besides that lot.
What is the cost for this permit?
For the
For the-
application to the HPC, that's $25, correct, yes.
I mean, and for what he's doing, the grubbing, and isn't that another?
Well, I don't know how much it's going to cost.
Okay, I guess I'm just
the permit
thinking.
for it, you mean?
Right, yes,
Oh.
because if,
I think that's 50, maybe $25 or $50 itself, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I'm going to be able to support this, but I just wanted to find out, I mean, is there anything that prohibits him from coming back whenever he gets his plan together?
Yeah,
If this,
Yeah, anytime, yeah. Whenever he has a site plan and architectural drawings for the board to, for the commission to review, we will set them on the next available agenda.
So basically, you asked me to bring a site of the home I'm planning on building there?
That's correct.
Just so we understand where the home will be situated and what you need to actually clear. You may not be building and within a year, you still should, I would think you could get us a little bit more detail.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Okay.
Well, let me just ask something else.
Yes,
then.
ma'am.
Does he have to have a, actual plan of the whole building, or can he come with some kind of sketch that shows where he plans to put the house, so we'll have, a clearer idea of where the building is going to go and what trees may need to be saved?
If he does that, he'll have to come back to the Historic Preservation Commission for the architecture of the building. If he's not going to provide that.
So two things.
But if the commission wants to consider clearing the site with just the footprint of the building, then that's up to the Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay, thank you.
One more thing. It's gonna clear the whole lot. I want all the trees, move everything off there.
He's taking he wants all of them down.
Question for staff. Question for staff.
Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Right. Question for staff, please. Does the county have a tree ordinance?
Yes.
And can you describe it to us? So here's my concern. The Phillips people are here. Mr. Havisham is here. Mr. Havisham is very well versed in what cutting down trees does to property. Phillips didn't used to flood before the large developments that are down the road from Phillips were constructed. Phillips did not flood. They're now constructed, and Phillips floods regularly, I understand. Why do they flood? Because trees soak up a monstrous amount of water. And when there were trees in the communities down the road, or where there weren't communities, all of the trees soaked up the water and Phillips did not flood. Now that the developments are in, the trees are gone, Phillips floods. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself, but this is something else that's really important to me. I heard you say you want a clear cut, and that's what I'm really concerned about. I heard you say that it's all pines. I get it, sir. But pines soak up vast amounts of water. If you clear cut your property, it is going to affect flooding on your property. It's going to affect flooding on neighboring properties. It's just not fair. And so I don't know what else to say at this point, except please don't clear cut. Just don't clear cut. And somebody needs to, it would be very helpful to you and your neighbors and Phillips if you get some guidance on what you need to clear in order to build your new home.
When it's cleared, it's gonna be full back in with sand. It's not gonna just be. It's gonna be leveled off and have.
Move forward. Move forward.
I think I've made my point.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Melanie, may I ask a question of staff?
Yes.
I do see where you indicated that there was an approval for a request for clearing and grubbing of grand tree removal and demolition of 2 accessory structures. What was our reasoning, if you remember, Emily, for that?
Yes, if I find the right one. Yeah. So and you know what, that is actually a little bit misleading, and so
Okay.
thank you for bringing that up, because that application did not approve the grand tree removal at that time. The commission decided to defer that request until the development application was received, and the other items were approved. So thank you for calling that to my attention. I'll correct that for next time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Any other discussion with staff? For staff? Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, yes, go ahead, Jason.
I'd like to move that we defer this request until an application for development is received.
Second.
Any further discussion? There has been a motion and a second. If no further discussion, it's time for the vote. Staff?
Chair Millar,
Aye.
Vice Chair Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
I'm going to vote aye with this, and also just to say I think that the applicant may not really have all of the information or understanding of what was the concern here, and might need to talk with someone a little bit more in the planning department, Mr. Evans, if that's his consideration.
Yeah.
But I vote aye.
okay. Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Smalls Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner,
Aye.
Commissioner Purcell, Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
This is the final decision of the Historic Preservation Commission. If any person with a substantial interest in the decision of this Historic Preservation Commission chooses to appeal the decision, they may do so to the Circuit Court of Charleston County. They have 30 days, calendar days after today's vote. Okay, make sure I'm on the right one here. All right. The next agenda item is HIST-06-23-00085. A request for a certificate of historic appropriateness. Emily, would you please discuss?
Thank you, Chair Millar. This is a certificate of historic appropriateness request to remove an existing mobile home and construct a new single-family dwelling unit at 2939 Bennett Charles Road, which is TMS 583-0000021, a property within the Phillips Community Historic District. Again, here are the CHA applications received since the Phillips community was designated. And the community was designated as a historic district on August 24th of 2021. The applicant has described that the new single-family dwelling unit will be 2 stories and is proposed to be placed in the location where the mobile home currently sits, although it will have a different footprint. The proposed home will be 3,500 square feet and is described as being modern farmhouse in style. It will utilize materials commonly found within the Phillips community, such as vinyl siding and wood features, and will feature a prominent front porch. Here's the location of the subject property when looking at the county overall. And this is the map of the Phillips Community Historic District, showing the property off of Bennett Charles Road. The Phillips community is a Reconstruction-era South Carolina land commission platted community, and the district covers roughly 420 acres as previously stated. The subject property was noted to contain a contributing historic resource, a remnant rice pond along the rear property line in the draft National Register nomination. The subject property is zoned Special Management S3 and contains a manufactured housing unit. The future land use designation is urban, suburban, cultural community protection. Surrounding properties to the north, south, east, and west are also zoned S3 and contain either single-family dwelling units or manufactured housing units. The parcel is in an AE flood zone. Here's an aerial view of the subject property showing the current mobile home that sits on the property. And these are images of the subject property showing the mobile home proposed to be removed. These are photos of nearby properties listed as contributing resources within the Phillips Community Draft Nomination Form for the National Register listing. And here are surrounding properties that were not listed as contributing. This is the site plan showing the proposed home and the floor plan, as well as elevations starting with the front, the rear, the left, and the right. And the applicant did provide responses to all of the applicable approval criteria. And because of that, staff recommends approval with the following condition. The applicant will not impact the remnant rice pond, and the meeting was noticed as required. Thanks.
Stephen Bennett.
My name is Stephen Bennett. I live at 3132 Queens Gateway, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. First note, the house isn't 3,500 square foot from my paperwork. It's a little less than 3,000 square foot. I got it on my phone if y'all want to see the square footage. And I grew up in the neighborhood. The road, Bennett Charles Road, is actually the name of my father. So I'm really deeply rooted into this community and to this property. Single family home was there before that burned down in 1999. And we had to basically put a mobile home there because we couldn't afford, at the time, we couldn't afford to build a home. The reason why we wanted to make the home the size it is because the family grew bigger. My father passed away, and my mother is now currently living inside of the mobile home, and I wanted to come and move in with her, but the family's too big to just have a full bedroom mobile home, bringing my family in along with her. And that's pretty much all we're trying to do.
Thank you. Is there any discussion with staff, or would someone like to make a motion?
Can I ask the...
A question?
Oh.
Just a moment.
A question for staff really quickly. 2929 Bennett Charles Road as a nearby contributing resource. I see that it has a steeple. Was it a church originally, or was it a home converted into a church?
It was a church historically, and I'm not certain that if it's currently in use by the community or if it's just sitting vacant right now.
I have a question.
All
I noticed that there is a tree in front of the house, and it wasn't depicted on the site plan. I was just curious if the tree will be impacted by this new house.
That's a question for staff, correct, Commissioner Crowley?
Whoever can answer the question.
So the applicant stated that no grand trees were present on the lot, so no grand trees were shown.
Okay.
Yes, that applicant,
Do you have?
He made the statement to staff that there were no grand trees,
but there's a picture of the,
yeah, there's a tree of, sir, do you know how big the tree is that's shown in the picture? Yes. Oh, it's a pine tree, okay. It's not protected, yes.
Gotcha.
still seems that other gentleman though. Still a tree.
Yeah.
I have a question for staff. What is the rice pond?
Yeah, so I don't know exactly where the remnant rice pond is because the listing did not include that information, but essentially it's left over from the cultivation of rice from the farming days.
So maybe an inland rice field of some sort. Okay.
The applicant might have more information.
Do you mind just coming?
Any other discussion? Is there anyone who would like to make a motion at this time?
I move to approve. I second.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question. Is there a picture of the proposed house?
Yes, there was.
I didn't see it.
Yes, ma'am, I'll pull that up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Please let me know if you would like to see the other angles.
Yes, please.
That's it.
Thank you.
Of course.
I know the lot size was discussed before, but can you tell us what the size of the lot is again?
Lot size, that is 0.5 acres.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, there's been a motion, and I believe it has been seconded. Is there any other discussion?
Is it appropriate for me to ask a question at this point? Do we know what size the family home was before there was a fire?
I don't know that information, but we could look in the county records.
Can you give us an idea of the size of the home before the fire, do you know?
The fire of the last home before?
Just what the size?
Oh, the size before, it was a single family, one story,
1,600 square feet. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one last question. There will just be a home on this property, no garages or no detached sheds or anything like that, correct?
Any further discussion? There being a motion and a second, I'll ask the staff to call roll.
Chair Millar,
Aye.
Vice Chair Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Smalls Brown, Commissioner Gardner,
Aye.
Commissioner Purcell, Commissioner Sullivan. The ayes have it.
Again, this is the final decision of the Historic Preservation Commission. If any person with a substantial interest in the decision of this Preservation Commission chooses to appeal the decision, they may do so to the Circuit Court of Circuit Court of Charleston County. Such appeal shall be filed within 30 calendar days after today's date. All right, next agenda item is HIS-05-23-00084, a request for a certificate of historic appropriateness.
Thank you. This request is for the reconstruction of the porch and northern rooms at the Hutchinson House, 7666 Point of Pines Road, TMS 085-00000028, as part of the overall project to restore the house to its original state circa 1885, and it is a property listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The Hutchinson House is the oldest known house post-Civil War on Edisto Island, credited to the African American community. In July of 2020, a CHA request to stabilize the Hutchinson House was approved by the HPC, and subsequent zoning permit was issued. The subject property is currently in site plan review for the renovation of the Hutchinson House, retroactive approval of driveway and parking lot with 2 kiosk signs and security gate, as well as the permanent installation of 2 storage containers. The applicant has described the project as being a restoration of the existing house to its era of significance, circa 1885, and a reconstruction of the wraparound porch and original northern rooms. The house is described as a 1.5-story folk Victorian home. This is the location of the subject property when looking at the county as a whole. The property is currently zoned agricultural residential, AGR, and contains an uninhabited residence, the Hutchinson House. Adjacent properties are also zoned agricultural residential, AGR, and are either undeveloped or contain residential uses. The majority of the subject parcel is within the AE flood zone, and a small portion is in the shaded X flood zone. Here is an aerial view of the subject property. And here are photos of the subject property. You can see the house in the center in its current state, as well as the existing parking lot and signage. And these are photos of surrounding properties along Point of Pines Road. This is the proposed site plan for the property, as well as an enlargement on the parking lot detail. And here are elevations of the home, starting with the front, followed by the rear, then the right and the left. These are the floor and roof plans, along with the roof and porch framing plans. And the applicant did provide responses to all of the approval criteria that apply, and therefore staff recommends approval. We did receive 7 letters in support of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
John Grout?
Giroux.
Sorry.
I don't.
Mr. Giroux is the owner. I'm Simmons Young here on behalf of, he's the land trust president. So I'm Simmons Young, 61 Beverly Road in Charleston. Here on behalf of the land trust, who's been dedicated to stabilizing and now reconstructing. Could we look at real quick page 2 of the application? We'll look at page 2 and page 3, which just has some photos.
It'll take me a moment to bring it up, so maybe keep
Oh,
talking.
okay.
And
It shows the work done since, I think, 2018, stabilization of the structure, first protection from the elements, then stabilization, and now we're in the reconstruction phase. It's a National Park Service project reviewed for compliance with Secretary of Interior standards by the State Historic Preservation Office, National Park Service, and we've been working hand in hand with county staff and do appreciate their input. The phase does not allow public access to occupy the house, but it does allow the public to access the parking lot, safely getting cars off the road and allowing for interpretive signage viewing. These are just photos because they're exciting, and I think that you all had a lot of tough stuff in front of you tonight. So I think this is just a good, way that this group has really helped to move things along.
Yes, let's move
Next page, please. This is the original structure at the top, the state that it was found in, and then the proposed state there at the bottom. And I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I think we have, yes.
No, that's it.
Okay. Yes, Miss Ma'am.
Oh, I was assuming he was the only.
There's 2 names on there.
There were, I think, Mr.
Okay.
Giroux left, I guess.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Giroux had to leave.
Okay.
That's
ma'am.
correct.
Well, may I make a motion for approval here so we can move on?
Yes, ma'am. Second. Any discussion? I'd just like to say that I have property on Edisto Island right down the road, Point of Pines, and I'm so excited about that home. I watch it we go by there and look at it every day, and it's beautiful, and I'm just so excited to have that opportunity to have that historic designation.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to the owner.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all very much.
I will agree, it is a great historical
Well,
project.
sir, we have to vote.
Yeah, just make sure we vote first, okay. All right, there's been a motion to approve and one that's been seconded. Staff?
Chair Millar,
Aye.
Vice Chair Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Smalls Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner,
Aye.
Commissioner Purcell, Commissioner Sullivan.
Huge applause to what y'all are doing. Aye.
Thank you.
The ayes have it.
Such a happy thing. All right, this is the final decision of the Historic Preservation Commission. If any person with a substantial interest in the decision of this Historic Preservation Commission chooses to appeal the decision, they may do so at the Circuit Court of Charleston County. Such an appeal shall be filed within 30 calendar days after today's date. Okay. Next agenda item, HIST-06-23-00086, a request for certificate of historic appropriateness. Ms. Emily.
Thank you again. So this request is to allow for the construction of a single-family home at 2330, 2328 Laurel Hill Road, which is TMS 02900000002, known as Brooklyn Farms, which is a property listed on the National Register of Historic Places. So there have been several recent certificate of historic appropriateness applications for this property, so I'll just go through those briefly, including one to paint the exterior of the historic home, another to demolish a non-historic barn with unpermitted upstairs dwelling, and there was another CHA approved to construct an additional new dwelling and an accessory structure with a pool to create a dwelling group, and to retroactively permit an existing shed on site. Most recently, a CHA was approved for a single-family home, accessory pool house, and shed expansion. Additionally, site plan review approval was given in July of 2022 for a dwelling group. So the current application before you is proposing no new structures beyond what was approved by the commission in June of 2022. The proposed single-family dwelling unit described in this application as the retreat would replace the previously approved secondary dwelling. The structures are in similar locations on the property, although the proposed structure before you today is almost half of the size of the previously approved structure. The applicant describes that the proposal includes a 2,800 square foot single-family dwelling unit that will be 2 stories and constructed in a style reflective of its subordination to the main plantation house. The structure will be approximately 1,110 feet from the main historic plantation house. Here is the location of the property on Edisto Island. The subject property is zoned Agricultural Preservation 10, known as AG 10, and contains a single-family residence and a barn. Surrounding properties are also zoned AG 10 or Agricultural Residential AGR, and either contain single-family residences or mobile homes or vacant land. The area of the property where the proposed home site is located is within the AE flood zone. Here is an aerial view of the subject property. And those, you can see the approximate locations of the proposed single-family dwelling in relation to the historic home. 16.7 acres of the subject property are included in the National Register listing, and they contain the historic house, the remnants of a landscape yard, a pond, and small family cemetery. Here are photos of the subject property at the approximate proposed house location. And these are photos of surrounding properties along Laurel Hill Road. This is the site plan that was previously approved in June of 2022, showing that secondary dwelling at the left-hand side. And here is the new proposed site plan. So again, you can see that there are no additional structures being proposed beyond what was approved last year. And there have been changes to the size and location of the secondary dwelling. Here are both plans side by side for a comparison. And here is a closer view of the area proposed for the secondary dwelling. These are elevations of the proposed single-family dwelling unit. And this slide shows the floor plans and the roof plan. And here you can see a comparison between the previously approved house and the current proposal is on the right-hand side. The applicant has provided responses to all of the applicable approval criteria, and because of that, staff recommends approval. We noticed as required. Thanks.
No one to speak.
Richard Morse. Yep.
He had to leave. I'm Ross Ritchie.
Ross Ritchie, okay.
Yeah, speaking on his behalf. And so, yes, it's kind of a different design. So the, I guess the homeowners are a family and they kind of flip-flopped who was going to be in the main house or have in the retreat. So I was contracted to design kind of the new retreat. They wanted kind of a smaller house that was a little less formal, something that is much more subordinate to the main house. So, and we really wanted to kind of nestle it within the trees and just kind of blend into the landscape and, you know, play on the, you know, the local vernacular and just do something that's not jumping out. It's just really to maintain the, you know, prime main structure as it is. So, yeah, if there's any questions, be happy to answer.
I do have a question.
To staff or is this to?
Well, to him. Well, it was mentioned that there's a cemetery on the property. How close is that to the building? Can you tell us?
I think it's pretty far.
Well, I guess my concern is that it's just not too close that this might be building on some burial grounds nearby. Did y'all have any kind of study, architectural study?
I can't exactly remember where that is, but yeah, it's not anywhere near that bluff in that area where the trees are. So I know that the cemetery is not in that zone.
If you don't mind, send that information to staff so that they can send it to me? I'd like to know.
Yep, absolutely.
Anything else, Ms. Johnson? Is that?
Oh, thank you. That's it.
Anyone else, any other discussion from staff, questions for staff?
I'd make a motion.
Okay. Mrs. Raleigh?
I'd make a motion to approve based on criteria A, B, and D, based on the design and location, the design being reflective of prevailing styles and features within the larger context of Edisto Island and the Sea Island, and maintaining its separation from the historic resources that are in the actual district of this National Register nominated property.
Anything else to add there? Okay, I'm going to try to use that verbiage. So basically, what I understand, there's a motion, and is there anyone there with second?
Donna seconded.
Okay, you're second that?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion, and it has been seconded, and very, very extensive. But what I understand is to follow the architectural design that has obviously been given to us, and it's a smaller version of. And Mr. Crawley, anything you said to keep the separation from the main house? Is there something? Or,
Those were just the justifications for why I felt it fit under.
Because what's the site plan that's
It's
been
the same.
submitted?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just justifying my reasoning for why it was.
and is there a rider on that at all with what Ms. Johnson had said about the cemetery?
I'll add in into the motion to include the location of the cemetery before construction begins, provide it to staff before construction begins.
Ms. Gardner?
Second.
Okay. Okay. You comfortable with that, staff? We're going with the motion and the seconding of the motion. Okay. All right, we'll take a vote now since we have a first and
I'll just add in that it's a far superior design. So
far superior design from the original.
Yes.
Plus it's smaller version, smaller footprint.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's always great. Any discussion?
Madam
down there?
Chair, I do
Okay.
have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How far is this proposed building from Calvary AME Church? Do you know?
I would have to check. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Is that relevant to your position?
Well, there's a cemetery there, and so
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
trying to, I'm sorry, there's a cemetery at Calvary AME, and I'm just trying to see it in my mind.
Right. I understood it to be a family.
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
it's a family.
Family,
yeah,
smaller
small
plot.
within the property, and yeah, the location of the house is kind of surrounded by water, kind of out around. So
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, we'll go ahead and we'll vote.
Okay, Chair Millar,
Aye.
Vice Chair Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Smalls Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner,
Aye.
Commissioner Purcell,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you.
thank you.
This is the last one.
Okay, I believe this is our last case today. And this is HIST-06-23-00087, a request for certificate of historic appropriateness.
I think we skipped 8-3.
Oh. Wait a minute, that was,
Skip 8-3.
wait a minute, okay, I'm sorry, I skipped 8.3. I was getting all excited about, okay.
Yeah, we
All right,
already-
so,
We're getting
excuse
there.
me, HIST 05-23-00083. Is that correct? Okay.
Yep, we got it.
Thank you. Emily?
Absolutely. So this request is for the placement of a manufactured housing unit and associated site improvements at 3775 Williams Mazik Lane, TMS 614-00-00733, the property within the 10-mile Community Historic District. Since the designation of the 10-mile community as a Charleston County Historic District, 7 CHA applications for properties within the district have been received. The 10-mile community was designated as a historic district in June of 2022. In March of 2023, the subject parcel was created from 614-00-00203. In April of 2023, zoning verification for the placement of a mobile home in the R4 zoning district determined that a special exception would not be required to place the mobile home on this property. The applicant is proposing to place a 1,568 square foot manufactured housing unit on a 0.23 acre lot of record. The lot was created, as I stated, this year and is located at the end of a private road known as Williams-Mazik Road, accessed by an ingress-egress easement. The manufactured housing unit will be clad in vinyl siding, skirted in vinyl, and will have an asphalt shingle roof. Clearing and grubbing will be required to place the manufactured housing unit, but no grand trees will be impacted, and the access to the property will remain earthen. Here's the location of the subject property when looking at the county as a whole. And here is a map of the 10-mile community showing the property off of Williams-Mazik Road. The subject property is zoned low-density R4 and is currently undeveloped. Future land use designation is urban, suburban, cultural community protection. Surrounding properties to the south, east, and west are zoned R4 and contain either manufactured housing units or are undeveloped. The property to the north is zoned R4 and contains a landscaping business. The subject parcel is within the shaded X flood zone. Here is an aerial view of the subject property. And as stated previously, the 10-mile community was recognized in that 2016 Charleston County Cultural Resources Survey update as having significant social and settlement patterns. Here are images of the subject property and photos of neighboring property along Williams-Mazik. Here is the proposed site plan showing the existing lot with the 1,568 square foot mobile home in the center. This is the proposed floor plan and rendering of the mobile home, as well as the type of wooden stairs that will be used for access. The applicant did provide responses to all of the approval criteria that applied, and therefore staff recommends approval, and we did notice as required. Thanks.
Thank you, Emily.
Yvette Mood.
Hello, I am Yvette Mood, 3909 North Highway 17. That's in Allendale, also in the 10-mile community. It's self-explanatory as what Emily has presented. It is vacant land that my family and I are proposing to put a mobile home on that we will use for personal use. Any questions for me? There's no grand trees on the property. The bulk of the property, if you go back, Emily, has already been cleared. It's been cleared for many years because there was an old home there So there's not much clearing we will need to do to add this mobile home to the property.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions for staff? Yes.
I guess y'all can tell I'm sensitive to trees. This is very conservative what you want to do. But I have to say, just be super careful of what trees you take down because of what I said earlier. Because the trees soak up water, and it could, I don't know if you get flooded or not, but it could affect any future flooding.
Anyone else? Any other discussion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve based on A and C. Mobile homes and manufactured homes are part of the prevailing patterns that were identified when the district was created, and this is a continuation of the settlement patterns of Gullah Geechee communities.
Second.
Motion, and it was seconded. Is there any other further discussion? Take the vote.
Chair Millard,
Aye.
Vice Chair Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Smalls Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner, Commissioner Purcell, Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Okay. Are we on the last one? Okay.
Now we're on the last one.
Okay, moving forward, I believe this is actually the last agenda item today. HIST-06-23-00087, a request for certificate of historic appropriateness. Emily?
Thank you very much for the last time today.
Yay.
So this is the Certificate of Historic Appropriateness request for a proposed single-family dwelling unit and associated site improvements at TMS 614-0000-189, also known as 3910 Nelson View Drive, a property within the 10-mile Community Historic District. Again, here are those 7 applications that we have received thus far for the 10-mile Community Historic District. And it was designated in June of last year. So the applicant has described that they're proposing to clear and grub the entire 0.79 acre existing parcel for a proposed single-family dwelling that will be 2,925 square feet, of which 2,300 square feet will be heated living space, and the rest will be garage space. There are no grand trees existing on the lot, and the applicant states that the proposed structure will have living quarters surrounded by a central 2-bay garage, be 1.5 stories, and have a farmhouse style that will fit in with the rural nature of the area. The home will be clad in lap masonry siding and board and batten. This is the location of the subject property when viewing the county overall as a whole. And again, here's that district map showing the property off of Nelson View Drive. The property is zoned low-density residential R4 and is undeveloped currently. The future land use designation is urban, suburban, cultural community protection. Surrounding properties to the north, south, east, and west are zoned R4 and contain either single-family dwelling units or are undeveloped, and the parcel is in the X flood zone. Here is an aerial view of the subject property. And just to reiterate once more for today, the 10-mile community was recognized in that 2016 Charleston County Cultural Resources Survey update as a remnant freedmen community having significant social and settlement patterns. Here are images of the subject property, as well as neighboring properties along Nelson View Drive. This is the proposed site plan showing the existing 0.79 acre lot with the proposed 2,925 square foot home, along with a gravel driveway and concrete parking in front of the dwelling unit. This slide shows the proposed front elevation and front side oblique. And the applicant did provide responses to all of the approval criteria that apply. And because of that, staff recommends approval. And we did send out our notifications as required. Thanks.
Okay, no one to speak?
Holly Steele. Just one. Oh. Okay, Richard, you want to speak for Holly? Yeah.
I think he's the applicant.
Oh, he didn't check to speak for some reason.
This is my lot. My name's Richard Holmes. I live in town. I live in Charleston. I have a little boy who is at Lang Middle School, and he's 13, and probably like a lot of y'all, we're tired of driving through all this traffic. I'm trying to get closer to his school, and this is an area like where I grew up, rural, coastal Carolina, and we want to keep it rural. That's the idea. I don't want to clear many trees at all, just enough basically for the footprint of this house. And I've also got a mother who is elderly and she needs care. So I did this for my father before he passed away. So we're trying to get mom down so we can take care of her. But I've met the neighbors and everything seems great. They're very nice and we want to keep it that way. We want to provide an enhancement to the neighborhood and keep it within the character of 10 Mile. You know, rural is important to us. Going down the dirt road gives it that rural feel, and that's the way we like to keep it. I know Holly said the same thing, so that's the neighbor across the way. So we appreciate any input. I mean, you know, I'm pretty flexible, but I certainly don't intend, although there are no grand trees on this lot, I'd like to plant some grand trees. I would like to put some live oaks in, some elms, and some other things that are, you know, pretty common in the low country. But, you know, right now they're just saplings and some gum trees there. But, you know, I'll keep what I can, and just, again, clear enough so the house is nestled in the back, and that's about it. And then keep pervious driveway gravel, so it's in character with the rest of the neighborhood too. But anyway.
So you'd say gravel driveway, even though the picture shows cement?
Yeah. Well, no, I know, but that's not
just
what's proposed in those pictures. That's what's on that site plan is what's proposed. Proposed rock driveway. That's what we intend. So there may be, you know, pavers around, maybe on the side a little bit, but I don't intend to have a lot that's going to flood. I certainly want to.
Okay, so a gravel driveway.
Yeah, just like it's on that site plan right there. Proposed rock driveway. That's it.
Any question for the
Yes,
applicant?
Mr. Crawley?
Can you go to the elevation of the house? I'm kind of confused by the garage. The garage looks like it's like twice the size of the height of the door. Why is your garage so tall?
Well, I mean, you know, I've got a truck and I've got a boat because we like to get outside and enjoy the outdoors, and I don't want to have a garage door. And furthermore, excuse me, that elevation, that's not the final elevation. We would like to have an eyebrow that goes over those garage doors to soften it up as well, so it's consistent. So, you know, that's not my final plan for that front elevation. I would like to soften that up, but I want to have the garage doors tall enough so I can get my truck and my boat in there, so the boat's not out in the yard.
Since this is a final decision-making purpose, it may make sense to defer to get more information.
I see a Craftsman home here. I don't know, or maybe, like you said, maybe just a little bit more information on colors. I don't know. Does it seem a little? Does anyone else have any discussion they'd like to? I mean, you definitely have. It's not elevated, so I'm sure you're okay with your flood zone.
Yeah.
You're right on the ground.
Right. Yeah. Flood zone X.
Okay.
It's a high lot. But again, I'm not sure that, I didn't realize I needed to have my final colors picked yet. I'm not sure I really want to go with white either. I would like to probably have more of an earth tone in there.
I think I'd like to see more information in regard to how you plan to soften it up or reduce the height of the garage doors. It seems real.
Well, the height of the garage doors are probably going to be a 9 foot, and and then the eyebrow would be consistent with that eyebrow over the other doors on both elevations. That just wasn't drawn in on that particular picture. I just didn't realize I needed to have the final elevations presented at this meeting.
Yes, sir.
I thought it was just the footprint. Okay, well, that's what I intend. That style is an old it's a farmhouse style look to it. Is what I intend, and would put the eyebrows similar to what's over that door on both sides of the garage doors, over those garage doors. So it's consistent with what's in the area.
If We deferred to give you a little more time to get some more accurate drawings and finalize. I think what you'll find is what you're depicting, a standard front door is around, a little over 7 feet. So if you're talking about a 9-foot door, it wouldn't look like this, because if you were to take your door on that elevation and put it above, it looks like a 14-foot garage door.
Yeah,
which
I
is,
mean, it's not, I don't intend to have them that tall.
So, I do think we need pretty accurate drawings because we
Okay.
are looking at the architecture. Would you be comfortable deferring to be able to get more of that information, your final
Yeah,
view?
I didn't want to present a plan to have it shut down and have all these costs in an architectural drawing. This is my plan, but it's not I want to soften it up a lot more than that, but I'm open to any suggestions y'all have, so this is anything that y'all can help me with, I would absolutely draw it in there.
I think the 14-foot garage door on the front of the home is a little bit obtrusive.
Okay.
That's just my
Yeah.
opinion in this particular community. Am I, okay? I think it's a beautiful home. I just think that
Well,
that's not,
yeah.
we're trying to follow a pattern here of
Sure.
sorts, and that's a lot.
Okay.
I wanted to add to what Jason said about the garage doors as well, to have it on the record that I had that concern too, and possibly with the garage doors on the back of the house.
No, that's the front.
Yeah, I know, but
But the front, that look is kind of troubling to me as well. But if you come back with different,
Okay.
then we can prove it.
Sure, I can do that. I'll just have to get a draftsman to draw it in and, certainly.
that would be the September meeting, okay?
Okay.
Because that's with our next, and the mindset would be, kind of like, well, I don't know how long you've been here today, but, it has to be a flow of sorts. And this is a little bit of extreme of, in my opinion, and I think a couple of the other board members, of what the front should look like with a 14-foot garage. It's just not going to work in this type of community. As far as front view, that's why I think she made the recommendation of putting it around the back or trying to do just some other plan if you really want those garages
got you.
so high, so
Okay, I
tall.
got you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we'll make a motion to defer.
I'll make a motion to defer to allow the applicant to continue working on the designs of the building.
Okay.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to defer for more detail for the design. to
So,
be-
okay, so soften it up in the front, lower those garage door heights, and then we'll see at the next meeting, I guess.
September.
Yeah,
You wanna give
show some more detail around that proposed parking area. Then if you can get back for September, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, just like Ms. Smalls-Brown said, consider the possibility of moving the garage from the front maybe to the back or the side.
Okay.
Yeah, the side.
Which may affect your design, I see that.
It
but,
could, I mean, because,
you know,
I
it is
planned
what it
on
is.
putting this house closer toward the back half of the lot. So I don't know how much room I'll have, particularly if I got a drain field back there. However, I'll mention too, also Mount Pleasant Waterworks, I know you aren't trying to get home, but they said that they would allow me to present a proposal to them to bring sewer down 3910, down Nelson View Drive by trenching a line and then being able to, because the sewer meters are right there at the end of 3910. That way I can avoid having to put in a septic tank. But I'd have to bear the cost of, trenching the line down the dirt road. It's about 600 feet. But that would be a good option for other neighbors who can tie into that and have sewer at their lots too. So that was part of what I would like to do. That's something else that I don't think I present that here, but I'll work on the drawings and I'll come back and give them to you.
I think the community could probably be a support system for you as
Good.
far as the front,
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have to vote on that.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Okay. So the motion has been made and seconded that we will defer this particular case and allow the applicant to work on modifications. Is that correct? Okay. Have a vote now, please? Roll call.
Please.
Please, roll
Chairman
call.
Lai.
Aye.
Vice Chair Crowley.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Smalls Brown. Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Purcell. Commissioner Sullivan.
I'm going to vote aye, but I also want to say you can get your neighbors to help pay for bringing the sewer in. I mean, you can't, it's a possibility. It would cut down on your costs.
Well, that would be great, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you, sir. This is a final decision of the Historic Preservation Commission. If any person with a substantial interest in the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission chooses to appeal the decision, they may do so to the Circuit Court of Charleston County. Such appeal shall be filed within 30 calendar days after today's date. This is the last item on the agenda. I would like to thank everyone for being so patient, and hopefully we won't have this many items next month. Is that correct, staff?
Yep. August 16th.
How many cases?
We have 5 cases plus amendments to the ordinance on the agenda.
Would it be possible if we could have at a future meeting a workshop portion to receive a presentation of the 10-mile ACA for information purposes, just to get an understanding of the methodologies and approach of how, both the information, but how they got it?
Joel?
And I'd appreciate getting a link to the Phillips National Register nomination, because it has a lot of information similar to the 10-mile ACA that would be very helpful to us. Can y'all do that?
Ms. Sullivan, I'll have to check because it's still in the drafting stages. It has not been formally approved. So
I know it hasn't been
have
approved,
to check it to make sure I can
but the
send.
nomination is documented.
It was approved by the state Historic
Correct.
Preservation
It was not
Office.
approved yet at the federal.
I know,
level.
but we could learn a lot by seeing what was
Yeah.
it
We can look at the
sent to
draft.
the state. That would be great.
Sullivan, thank you for this draft of the, so we had this to look, I appreciate it. That was from something you brought us, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just
And-
to have that as a.
And I was told, I forget who told me, that in August, we're going to review the ordinance. Is that still correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct. 5 cases and ordinance amendments.
Okay. Review the ordinance, and I'm going to be on my first vacation in 4 years.
Good for you.
I will not be here. I will miss being here. But, that I was told that I can submit my comments to staff, which I will do, and I will CC everybody, all of our board members, on my suggestions.
What was
Hello.
submitting the comments to staff?
Regarding
Some of her comments
Oh.
that she wants to make,
Met
but she's not going to be here.
my,
Okay.
my
Oh.
comments
For the
to
ordinance.
staff
Okay.
so that they will have it in preparation for August, because I will not be here.
Okay.
Yeah, if you'll
And-
submit them just to staff, and don't CC the whole group, just because we might get into FOIA issues then, and notification, staff will send your comments as part of the packet
Right.
out. Just because
Oh.
we can't have it back and forth over email, which may,
Oh, no, I'm not
inadvertently
asking
happen.
for back and forth. I just
Sure.
want to make sure everybody
Yeah.
knows what I'm saying.
Yes,
Just
just
send
send
it-
them to us, and we'll
Send it
make
to
sure.
Emily,
So
and
I'll
Emily,
send it-
you can just send it to Emily. Emily will get it to me and Andrew.
That, and I'm absolutely frozen. And can we,
That was cool.
do y'all have, can we control the temperature?
You like it?
Y'all heard that